Chin Chin vs. Tong Ruobing, 3. Wang Wei exhaled softly, calming himself down. He continued to observe the battle between Chin Chin and Tong Ruobing. By now, the two were in a deadlock as Tong Ruobing's clones were on par with Chin Chin's army. Tong Ruobing calmly watched the confrontation between these two groups. Her brilliant eyes indicated she was going more than just observing. Then, when the number of clones dying reached a certain threshold, she acted. Talisman formation. The clones stopped simultaneously before creating a small talisman before them. It looked like a small rectangular paper with writing on it. Then, the talismans floated in the air and fused into an enormous formation. As such, an enormous talisman paper manifested between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a purple ball of destruction descended from the talisman and annihilated all of the Chin Chens, not leaving a single particle. Regardless, Tong Ruobing did not celebrate her victory yet. And as expected, not long afterward, another Chin Chen manifested. However, the great talisman city's sect madam frowned. There is no spatial or any energy fluctuation, he just appeared here, analyzed Tong Ruobing. He is losing more of his humanity. She understood the calm and rational part of Chin Chen's side was slowly taking over. And that's why the latter used more subtle means to send the army. He doesn't want me to track where the spatial cracks lead to, continued Tong Ruobing. If Chin Chen's humane side made mistakes that he could exploit, then the other side would not make these mistakes. Or worse, can rapidly learn from these mistakes. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon and talisman formation above their heads did not dissipate. Instead, it changed the runes written on its surface. Then, a thread came from the talisman to somewhere in the void. Tong Ruobing swiftly used a void-breaking talisman to travel in the direction of that thread. A portable swallowed her, and soon afterward, she found herself in a place with nothing but a mountain in sight. This place is full of earth energy. Even the earth laws are more active than the others. Unfortunately, Tong Ruobing did not have time to understand her surroundings thoroughly. So, after a brief scan with her divine sense and a short analysis, she focused on her objective. She gazed in the distance and saw the thread led to another hidden dimension. So, she used another void-breaking talisman to rush to her destination. Tong Ruobing stepped into the void portal, surrounded by one of her most potent defensive spells. After reaching her destination, her eyes squinted because of what she saw before her. What a wonderful creation, she muttered, gazing at a towering city floating in the air. With her knowledge, Tong Ruobing could instantly tell this city was an immortal tier artifact, and the grade was on par with Seven Leaf. Your compliment means nothing to me, suddenly said a grandiose voice emanating from the city. I don't understand, said Tong Ruobing. Your accomplishments are not worse than mine. So, why the animosity? I'm aware of this. Defeating is only the proof I need to show the world this fact. And what better way to display this fact than when everybody in the myriad emperor world is watching? Tong Ruobing secretly shook her head. Although her words were true, she knew she had an overwhelming advantage over the latter. Her Tao heart and state of mind were considerably above Chin Chin. And even if the latter defeated her, his fate might not be ideal. The Chin Chin he knew would forever be dead, replaced by someone or something else entirely. Tong Ruobing's analysis was more correct than even she knew. Chin Chen's very existence was twisted and changed after that technique, so it was hard to tell whether he was still the same Chin Chin. The victor has yet to be determined, countered Tong Ruobing. In the short interactions, she already discovered many of Chin Chen's anomalies. She looked at the floating city and saw that only Chin Chen's occupied the place. Furthermore, a majority were refining puppets, to be precise. They were manufacturing themselves and their body parts. Has he dealt with the clone issue? She pondered. All professions will face the same issue, their lack of productivity. Every alchemist wished they could refine more pills, and the same for weapon refiners or talisman makers. So, they've attempted to solve the issue, mainly through the use of clones and puppets. The idea is to have multiple versions of themselves refined, thus increasing productivity. Sadly, this method failed. Most clone methods are useless, and the few unique ones are restricted since there is a limit to the number of clones that can be refined. And the same issue appeared when puppets were used. They were incapable of refining anything, even if the professional linked their souls to the puppet. That's when the ancient sages discovered that this was one of the limitations of heaven and earth. After studying this method, the ancient sages and wise man concluded heaven and earth favored the development of the individual or the self. So, if any professions want to increase their productivity, they only need to improve their ability to refine more things at once. For example, a talented alchemist like Yen Liling can refine hundreds of furnaces of quasi-emperor pill at once. And the lesser the grade of the pill, the more furnaces she can refine simultaneously. But, it seems Chen Chen no longer has this limitation, analyzed Tong Ruobing. Have you discovered it? Asked Chen Chen, his voice originating directly from the city. I no longer have the same limitation as pure flesh lifeforms. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Tong Ruobing felt uncomfortable by his tone and words. Do you think this makes you superior to us? Superior? No. Better in many ways? Yes. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are one of the many obstacles cultivators have to overcome during their journey of pursuing the Tao. I won't talk about the first three, but have you escaped the shackles of death? Asked Tong Ruobing. However, Chen Chen did not respond. I once read that the lifespan limit of all sentient beings that have not proven the Tao is 1 yuan epoch. Tell me, has your new identity broken through this limit? Chen Chen was silent. His body has no issue living past this limit. After all, as long as there are resources between heaven and earth, he can replace many of his parts. However, the flesh aspect of his new evolution manifested in the form of his soul. And unfortunately, his soul cannot live for so long. Should I abandon my flesh? Pondered Chen Chen. No, my uniqueness derived from my soul, so nothing can happen to it. Plus, if I did that, I would be nothing but a puppet spirit race. I guess the answer is no, said Tong Ruobing with a sneer. There are so many races superior to humans or flesh and blood lifeforms, as you put it. However, we have risen to the top of the food chain. So, your existence means nothing to me or other flesh and blood lifeforms. You cannot affect our status. Tong Ruobing understood that as long as the system of heaven will exist and is the only way for any sentient being to escape the shackles of death, it did matter how powerful and unique a race was. In the end, they will be mortals destined to die. Eastern continent, Wang Wei watched this battle. However, unlike Tong Ruobing, he knew more and saw further. Chen Chen is deteriorating at an alarming rate. During his conversation with the heaven-devouring emperor, he talked about fixing himself after becoming an eternal emperor, most likely through existence reconstruction. But now, he believes he is a different creature, a new race. Wang Wei frowned as he felt something more was at stake. Chen Chen's behavior is similar to robots from science fiction back on Earth. This fact further proves that the prehistoric world, or Earth, was influencing the chaos universe. However, Wang Wei felt things were not that simple. So, his brain began to work again, trying to analyze and deduce the truth. An experiment, he muttered to himself. What if Chen Chen was an experiment that Grand Tao was doing? Using robots or cyborgs as a blueprint, create a race that is half flesh and half machine. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he connected many dots. From his knowledge, Qiuan's actions made the Eternal Ascension world the center of the chaos universe. And even if he did not completely succeed, a tremendous amount of destiny concentrated on this place. This would explain why things like the 10 Supremacy Foundation originated from this place. And in the future, there will be more. Wang Wei shifted his thinking to wondering why Grand Tao would create a new race. The reasonable argument would be that the creation of a new race benefits the development of the chaos universe. Thus Grand Tao created them. However, this argument falls apart after considering the racial characteristic of robots, resource destroyers. Give a robot a few yuan epochs, and they could mine the resources of an entire heavenward world. And give them a few million yuan epochs, they can do the same to a chaos world like the Eternal Ascension world. Grand Tao, who is about balance, would never allow the existence of such a race. So, why create such a creature? Could my theory be wrong? Wang Wei's eyebrow furrowed. No, I fail to take into account the current situation. If it's true my future self is battling it out with Grand Tao, the latter might create such a race as one of its pawns to destroy me. Wang Wei could see how devastating it would be for a race like Qin Shen to become paragons and take over an entire chaos world. Their fighting potential in any war would be catastrophic. If I follow this logic, Qin Shen's existence is not a chess move of Grand Tao, but myself. He planted it here so I can know and prepare. No, even the existence of Kai Song has the same purpose. Wang Wei understood his future self's action. He needed to either subdue Qin Shen or steal his ability and destiny and transfer it to Kai Song. The only way to fight robots is with robots. Last chance. Qin Shen looked at the place where Tong Rubing's last trace existed a few seconds ago. He waited a while to see whether something would happen. Is this the end? He muttered, his voice no longer cold and indifferent. His current self could not identify his emotions, but it was a mixture of sadness, relief, regret, and longing. He sent a few more clones to check the area while ordering others to use divination artifacts to detect whether she was alive or faking it. And when the result arrived, Qin Shen was quiet. Then, he started laughing like a maniac. His cold voice was incredibly eerie as it echoed throughout the city. Qin Shen felt he wanted to cry, but his body was no longer capable of producing and releasing tears. As such, his tearless crying or laughing made him even more maniacal. Then, he stopped as his facial expression kept changing. The rapid process made him look contorted, as if someone had purposely deformed his face as a form of punishment. A few minutes later, he returned to his emotionless state. The last flaw of flesh lifeforms was removed. Now, I can focus on cultivating and producing. Qin Shen felt he had a mission to reproduce as many puppets as possible, and they had to be as strong as possible. And now that he removed his obsession and sublimated his state of mind, he can focus on this sacred mission. Sigh. Qin Shen suddenly heard a deep and powerful sigh, full of disappointment and regret. He looked around and used all his detective measures, but he could not find anything. Is my auditory system malfunctioning? Is it time to remodel the main body? He thought. This was his first instinct before changing his idea after checking his body. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Shen frowned, thinking about what was going on. Then, he sensed a fluctuation and gazed outside the city. He saw a talisman suddenly manifest, and Tong Rubing's body appeared. That should not be possible, he muttered calmly, with no fluctuation in his voice and tone. I checked thoroughly. How could she still be alive? While Qin Shen was baffled, Tong Ruobing was feeling similar emotions. To be precise, she was wary. The death substitute talisman should have been activated immediately, she analyzed. Tong Ruobing knew the danger of this battle, so she spent a great deal of time refining talismans to save her life. However, something went wrong. Someone tampered with it, delaying my revival by a few minutes. Her expression became ugly. She knew only 2 people with the strength to do such a thing while being utterly undetectable. And these 2 both cultivated the Tao of life and death. It should be him, she thought, thinking about the handsome guy with gray hair and a reassuring smile that hid true terror. For Tao overlords, all sentient beings between heaven and earth can turn into their chess pieces. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of information, so she did her best to gather information on Wang Wei and Di Tian so she knew about the Supreme Outlaw trials. She even communicated with the Great Talisman City's ancestors to learn more knowledge. They warned her to be extremely careful when dealing with Tao overlords. According to the ancestors, this title is not just a symbol of intelligence and resourcefulness. Throughout heaven and earth, there are many people whose intelligence is on par with Tao overlords, but it does not mean they are one. A Tao overlord represents someone who knows their mind and its flaws and can control it and not allow other people to use it against them. It is someone of extreme willpower who will not give up until they breathe their last breath. Tao overlords are the ultimate manipulators. According to tests she and her ancestors made, Tong Ruobing knew her intelligence was equal to a Tao lord, with a talent for charisma, as she has a natural affinity with people, easily getting them to trust her. However, she is still a long way compared to Tao Overlord. I was right, there is something special about Qin Qin. Otherwise, he would never pay attention to him. Tong Ruobing immediately felt this place was about to become the center of a tremendous storm. And now, she needed to consider whether to stay or leave. There is no point in staying here, the strength difference between us has already eliminated me from this confrontation, she analyzed. However, I am not one to suffer without getting some benefit. 5 elements cutting wool talisman, 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, green, and white, appeared before her before fusing into a wheel with 5 colors. The wheel rotated at an alarming speed before rushing toward the city. The spinning wheel cut through the city's protective array like a sharp metal sword cutting wood. Then, it did the same for the Qin Qin puppets trying to get in its way. Swish! The wheel cut the city in 2, revealing the core where the main Qin Qin resided. However, Tong Ruobing did not even glance at him since she knew this guy's fate might be miserable. With a wave of her hand, she placed half of the city into her space ring. This was great material for talismans or even refining an immortal weapon. Although Tong Ruobing's accomplishments in weapon refining are not on the same level as Qin Qin, she could fuse countless talismans with this destroyed immortal tier weapon to create a unique talisman weapon. Ro Alpha D Alpha and new talisman weapon, that's a great invention, she thought with brilliant eyes. Such an invention will grant her merits while also opening a new path for the talisman Dao. Furthermore, I can use this invention to reduce Origin Weapon Mountain's enormous control of the weapon industry. Tong Ruobing smiled before teleporting away. A wise choice since the situation changed immediately afterward. An enormous hand descended from the heavens toward Qin Qin. What is the situation? He thought calmly. A moment ago, he was thinking about Tong Ruobing's anomaly and how to deal with her. Then, the next second, she took advantage while transformation, energy reserve and defensive system were at their weakest to split into 2. Then, before he could react, he found himself incapable of moving as the hand of God descended on him. Bang! Another colossal hand appeared and blocked the first one. This level of power, it should be them. Qin Qin was still calm, with no emotions like fears, dread, or any negative emotions that would affect his mind. It seems the plan has failed. The current priority is to find a way to survive this encounter. Then, his facial expression changed. He tried to connect to his other self and use their mind to calculate a survival method. Unfortunately, he discovered the connection to his other self was suppressed, making it extremely difficult to access. Why are you intervening in things that do not concern you? Said a deep voice, and Qin Qin recognized it. Wang Wei. I should be saying this to you. Di Tian. Qin Qin knew the situation had reached a dire level. Bang! A third hand appeared. Qin Qin noticed it was more feminine, with long nails that he sensed were deadly. Moreover, he felt this hand was more illusory as if it was not easy to detect. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, are they competing for me? He analyzed. Wang Wei seemed to want to either kill or capture me. However, Di Tian is not allowing him. Qin Qin knew only by using the confrontation between these 2 titans would he have a tiny chance of escaping. This thought had just reached his mind when another powerful aura manifested above him. He saw a giant spear heading straight for him. Luckily, a fist descended and blocked the spear. Subsequently, a cauldron and another hand arrived from Wang Wei's side. However, they were also stopped. A phantom of a shield swiftly blocked the colossal cauldron, while the phantom of a Taotai manifested, trying to swallow the final hand. The hand resisted by releasing a terrifying vibration that could annihilate the surrounding space. However, the Taotai swallowed these vibrations with little to no effort. In a short confrontation, the Taotai seemed to have the advantage. Qin Qin thought this would be the end, and this group would continue their confrontation with the people who showed up. However, he was wrong. A third hand appeared from Wang Wei's side. The hand was purple, and Qin Qin could sense a vast quantity of energy emanating from him. A zombie? Or some unknown creature? Western Quadrant, Di Tian watched the confrontation with calm eyes. This should be his loot from defeating In General. He squinted his eyes. If he's willing to reveal such a thing that can be used as a trump card in our battle, then he must really value Chin Chin. After concluding this outcome, he knew he could not allow the latter to succeed, granting him more advantage. So, he contacted Gao Buqin and commanded. Release it, we must stop them at all costs. Son of Grand Dao and Wang Wei. Primordial chaos, a heavenly temple, heavenly book paragon floated in the air with a book floating before him. His eyes closed, deep in concentration. A river of chains manifested behind, and some chains will enter the book. Subsequently, the array in this temple will also release mysterious power into the book. Heavenly Book's life is legendary by all accounts. He was once nothing but a mortal scholar. However, after an accident where his wife became sick, he reversed her and his fate, thus becoming a fate star. Then, with the gift from Grand Dao, the Heavenly Book, he slowly rose. The book showed him the rise of a peerless genius in his world. After countless battles and numerous fortunate encounters, the genius became a peerless heaven chosen that broke the barrier between mortal and immortal. Heavenly Book used the book to steal this genius, along with many of the heaven chosens of his generation, to rise to the top. However, even with such a tactic, this genius became one of his greatest challengers. Then, in the final battle, he defeated the latter, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. In his mortal life, Heavenly Book had 3 events that defined him. The first one was when he became a fate star. The second was his supreme outlaw trial, since this was the first time his book was utterly useless. And the third was his battle with that genius. After proving the Tao, Heavenly Book discovered his treasure was useless. However, he did not care since he expected this outcome. Furthermore, he learned to be independent of the book during the Supreme Outlaw trial. So, he used his own power to make the book more powerful. After his ascension, he used his wisdom and the intelligence-gathering capability of the book to become one of the most powerful paragons in the entire Chaos universe. After reaching his peak, he pursued higher realms with no success. The Heavenly Book and his Heaven Tao made it easier for him to gather knowledge and secrets. Regardless, his attempt was futile. Then, he realized there was no further realm. He needed to create it himself. So, he began to prepare. However, at that exact moment, the second origin battle began. Qiyuan and numerous paragons began to gather allies all over primordial chaos. Heavenly Book Paragon knew his chance might be coming, so he began to observe Qiyuan and his group. He was one of the few people that realized Qiyuan's true objective was not to make the Eternal Ascension world the destiny center of the Chaos universe. Instead, the latter was trying to summon a legend that originated from the early eras of the universe, the ultimate taboo, also called the Path of Transcendence. Heavenly Book observed Qiyuan's plan, and with his own analysis, he realized this plan would not succeed, at least, not entirely. Qiyuan's plan would allow the universe to enter an era where paragons were no longer supremes. However, he would not create an age where people above the paragon realms were as many as dogs. After predicting Qiyuan's failure and the fate of the people participating in the ultimate taboo, he began to prepare for his own plan. He knew he needed knowledge and information about what happens in the ultimate taboo, so he cultivated a few paragon subordinates and sent them to the ultimate taboo. Secondly, he knew many people would die in this event. So, heavenly paragons began to plan for the power vacuums in all these powerful chaos worlds. And for the last step of his plan, he wanted to turn his Heavenly Book into a story of the entire chaos universe. He believed someone would rise to become transcendent, and such a person would be the protagonist of the universe. Unfortunately, things are not proceeding as smoothly as he wanted. Although there is progress, it is not enough for him. Huh, muttered Heavenly Book as he opened his eyes. He saw more paragraphs appear in his book, and the process was suddenly accelerated. Did something happen? Heavenly Paragon had grand ambitions and wanted to achieve detachment. However, the recent slow progress made him contemplate whether to use the shoddy methods from the ultimate taboo and become half-step transcendent. He will then use his newfound power to complete the book before cutting himself and returning to the Paragon realm. After all, what is half-step transcendent before true transcendence? But now, the progress of his book suddenly accelerated and at an alarming rate. Heavenly Book looked at the artifact before him and pondered. According to my analysis, no one can achieve transcendence without facing Grand Tao. This act could be a test or a confrontation because Grand Tao does not allow the existence of transcendence. Regardless of the truth, this fact does not change. And currently, the protagonist is in a battle with Grand Tao. This battle has affected the past, present, and future. Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. The only explanation this book has suddenly changed is because of their battle. Something must have happened that alters the course of the battle. So, Grand Tao decided to create a new pawn in the shape of me. His eyes did not hide his sneer. Heaven and earth is a chessboard. And if someone does not have the strength or the intelligence, they can only be pawns. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nuam. Heavenly Book looked at the book, and two names caught his attention, son of Grand Tao and Wang Wei, he muttered. However, the paragraphs in his book were not complete enough for him to gather more information. So, it is one of those two, he thought before trying to deduce the information about either of them. And as expected, his attempt was futile. It doesn't matter. I can guess where one of these people was, the Eternal Ascension World. Qiyuan's action did work in some ways as the Eternal Ascension World gathered a tremendous amount of destiny after the event of the Second Origin War. So, if there is a protagonist, it is one of the few places where the latter could rise. The Eternal Ascension World, muttered Heavenly Book. Things are a little complicated. Although I have raised these 8 pawns, the presence of Supreme Unity and Maitreya makes it difficult for me to intervene, Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. However, in a few of these worlds, half-step transcendence appeared, making his hard work useless or rendering it impossible to use these pawns. After all, no matter how intelligent he is, in front of half-step transcendent, that can kill him with one finger, it's extremely dangerous trying to do anything under these people's noses. Is it worth the risks? Thought Heavenly Book. Even if I found the protagonist now, it would be useless without the proper time nexus, and those are rare. However, the more advantage the protagonist has, the more valuable a pawn I am to Grand Tao. Moreover, time is on my side. The situation of Grand Tao will become worse as time goes on. Heavenly Book does not favor it in this battle, and the main reason was due to the 2 other people who succeeded in transcending. Of course, the main reason for his lack of confidence in Grand Tao was the information he gathered. Their battle rippled across space-time. And based on the clues he deduced, Heavenly Book knew things were not going well for Grand Tao. No, my thinking is wrong. I still need to find the protagonist and observe his growth. Otherwise, even if a time nexus appeared, it would be useless to me. So, I must take the risks. Heavenly Book took a moment to plan how to minimize the risks while also getting what he wanted and more. Previously, there was a balance between Supreme Unity and Maitreya. However, recently, she seems to have the advantage. I can use this situation to get in touch with the Eternal Ascension World. So, I need a way to get in touch with Supreme Unity and give him a way to return the balance. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. There are 2 things he would need from me. The first one is another method of becoming half-step transcendence. He would definitely want to learn something from it. Heavenly could get such a method from other chaos source worlds. However, the process would be very challenging and require too much time. Additionally, he did not want to give such a thing to Supreme Unity and allow the latter to fix his flaws and become more powerful. Based on his apprentice with 2 physiques, he might be searching for a way to divide his existence into 2. Heavenly Paragons knew a madman who succeeded in such a thing. Although the latter was hiding in a dangerous place, it should be no problem for him to go there and get the method from him. Okay, let's see if I can tempt him with this method. The only issue is how to contact him without Maitreya's knowledge. However, Heavenly Book took less than a second to think of a way. Many people have been attacking the Eternal Ascension World, and his 8 pawns can barely keep up. So, as long as she sent someone who overwhelmed them, either Maitreya or Supreme Unity would have to intervene. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a message. Then, a peak boundless paragon rushed toward the Eternal Ascension World. I cannot place all my hopes on the Eternal Ascension World. One of these people lives there, but where is the second one? Heavenly Book stood up, and the river of time bent to his whim. Then, using its power, he traveled through the infinite primordial chaos as if it was a swimming pool in his backyard. Heavenly Book in supreme unity. Purple Kunpeng Paragon looked at the 7 defeated individuals before him and secretly sighed. He could not help but think about how the mighty had fallen. He grew up learning about all the legendary characters that originated from the Eternal Ascension world. And during the Second Original War, he participated in a few events even though he was on an Empyrean. In that era, there was no way a single boundless paragon like himself could have so much influence on this chaos world. No, even most peak boundless paragons do not have such an ability. This world was reduced to such a level, he thought while comprehending the true horror of his master, since he knew the latter was partly responsible for the Eternal Ascension world's current state. Purple Kunpeng internally shook his head before continuing his mission. He waved his hand to create a massive purple hand containing immense power. This hand made the surrounding primordial chaos shake. The faces of the 7 moons changed as they immediately knew they would not survive this attack even with their formation. Lord, save me. Matriarch, save me. These 2 voices echoed in the void, full of fear, despair, and hope. Eternal Ascension world, a corner of the universe, 2 people sat cross-legged in the void, a few meters from each other. Immense power emanated from their bodies, trying to influence a gray fog. However, it appeared as if their attempt was futile since the fog remained the same. These 2 knew the outcomes even before tying. They only wished to exile the fog from the world. Or, at the very least, slow down its spread. Suddenly, the 2 opened their eyes as they sensed something. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, watch your tone, warned Maitreya. I'm not one of your lackeys. Anyway, I saved them the last time. Now, it's your turn. A paragon's speed can be described as immeasurable, defined by measurement units of infinity. However, in the eyes of these 2, such speed is slower than a turtle crawling. They can use the short time before Purple Kunpeng's attack reaches its destination to have a long and normal conversation. Supreme Unity frowned as he pondered whether it was worth saving them. Then, he finally took action. Maitreya did not care and closed her eyes. Currently, all she cares about is why the dark truth has spread its tentacles to the Eternal Ascension world. Meanwhile, an unusual light flashed deep in Supreme Unity's eyes. He gazed outside the world, and his projection manifested. As soon as he showed up, he took no action but Purple Kunpeng's attack. Dissipated, the young boundless paragon's facial expression changed. He could not understand how his attack was dealt with. So, the fear of the unknown overwhelmed his mind for a few seconds. In this brief moment, he experienced the feeling of falling from the top of the food chain to the second place. His emotions became agitated, similar to when he saw the power of a great emperor as a mortal. Luckily, anyone who can reach such a realm has the highest state of mind and Tao heart. So, he suppressed his instinct fear and swiftly bowed to this projection. Lord, my master wishes to see you. Supreme Unity calmly looked at him, his eyes cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotions. Before coming to this place, he knew an opportunity would present itself. Hence, he acted in a way that Maitreya would send him here while not being suspicious. So, he calmly waited for this person without saying a single word. Purple Kunpeng was sweating profusely. As a higher dimensional being, his body should not secrete any odors or things such as sweat. However, standing before this man's gaze, his existence as a higher life form seemed to have been forcefully changed and reduced to a lower creature, thus inducing reactions of lower life forms. Purple Kunpeng controlled his trembling body as he activated what his master gave him. Then, a projection of Heavenly Book Paragon manifested above his head. Lord Supreme Unity bowed Heavenly Book to salute. In the past, the man before him was not his opponent. However, his current self cannot survive one finger against him. So, he had to bow and salute. As for things like pride, for a person like him with grand ambitions and determination, he knew pride was worth less than dog shit, especially regarding things like transcendence. As long as his plans succeed, the situation will revert, and supreme unity will be nothing but an ant to him. So, forbearing for his future is an easy task for him. Supreme unity remained quiet, without a single word. His eyes gazed at Heavenly Book's projection, deducing countless secrets of heaven and earth. However, to his surprise, he discovered he could not find the latter's real body. There was an unknown power hiding him, his heaven-defying power. Heavenly Book remained calm as he guessed what the latter was doing. A god would never discuss anything with an ant, let alone negotiate. The only exception is if God has a good personality. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu however, as an intelligent ant, he would not count on the benevolence of God, especially since he knew what kind of person supreme unity had turned into. So, before the meeting, he entered one of the few forbidden areas of primordial chaos where the power of half-step transcendence would not work. "What is your purpose?" asked Supreme Unity, his tone not fluctuating in the slightest. "I came to make a deal." "Deal? About what?" "I have a way to get a method of dividing the existence into two separated but connected parts." For a moment, some emotions appeared in Supreme Unity's cold and old eyes. However, it was so brief that it was not detected by anyone, including himself. Supreme Unity immediately tried a second time to deduce Heavenly Book Paragon's whereabouts. Sadly, the result did not change. Then, he squinted his eyes as he looked at the handsome man before him. He and Maitreya knew someone supported the rise of their current subordinates. Unfortunately, they have been cultivating since reaching their current realm and have no time or desire to deal with this issue. Furthermore, the vast difference in power between them and Heavenly Book Paragon made them indifferent. No matter how brilliant of a tactician Heavenly Book was, it made no difference to them, given how easy it was to kill him. Additionally, the latter removed his tentacles after their return and never intervened in the affairs of the Eternal Ascension world. "What do you want?" he asked directly. "Two things. Firstly, I wish for some of my forces to have free room to move in the Eternal Ascension world." "Reason?" "I am looking for something, and it might be here." Supreme Unity frowned. He did not know whether the latter was telling the truth, half lie, or complete lie. "I will allow it," said Supreme Unity. "Next. I want your transcendent technique." Supreme Unity squinted his eyes, and Purple Kunpeng suddenly exploded into nothingness, along with his master's projection. There was no aura or any actions besides moving his eyelids. Luckily for him, he was a boundless paragon and the embodiment of the concept of eternal. He soon revived himself with a pale complexion. He could tell his Tao foundation was injured, and it would take him millions of yuan epochs to heal. However, he did not say anything. His achievements today were due to his master's support, not to mention his fear of the latter. Finally, his experience with such an entity might benefit him if he can learn something. "Do you think I would agree to such an absurd request?" "That depends on how much the knowledge I have is worth to you," replied Heavenly Book calmly. "Do you think your information is as valuable as mine?" "A trade has to be equal. What I offer is valuable because it's something you absolutely need and something only I can acquire," countered Heavenly Book. One of the truths he learned only in his life was knowledge was valuable. As such, even though the person before him was more powerful than him, the latter did not have nearly as much information as him. "You're from the infinite domain world, right?" suddenly asked Supreme Unity. "Your Excellency, there is no point in threatening me. I value nothing in that place more than my ambitions." Pain flashed in his eyes as he said these eyes, but it quickly faded. "Your current situation is not ideal," continued Heavenly Book. "So, your best option is my offer." "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating an objective fact." Supreme Unity was silent as the latter was correct. Although the dark truth brought some peace to his battle with Maitreya, he knew his situation was not the best. Maitreya seemed to have dealt with most of the drawbacks of her method. Then, the path of Buddhism in the lower dimension has begun to flourish, and true heavenly Taoist resistance to his control has drastically increased recently. Chapter 8:12, I'm in a hurry, so this chapter is also not properly edited. Wu Ming could not contain his excitement. His reaction was so intense that the trillion people outside watching wondered what made the palace master of such an ancient lineage have such a reaction. However, this could not be helped as the offer made by Wang Wei was too exciting. Wu Ming knew his Wu clan could not completely control the Origin Rune Palace even with the Dao opening sect's help. His objective is to buy enough time for the clan to cultivate a great, preferably an eternal emperor, but he won't mind a pseudo-eternal like that bastard Hai Yuan. As for him, he never thought of proving the Dao for multiple reasons. A part of him has a deep fear and awe of Wang Wei ever since their first encounter in the Spirit Road trial. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. In truth, Wu Ming undervalued himself. Just like Tong Ruobing said, Wang Wei's idea was nothing but that, an idea. She had to work hard and use her talent to turn it into reality. And the same is true for Wu Ming. Furthermore, his actions of infiltrating the Origin Rune Palace is something that even Wang Wei praised him for, admiring his boldness and wisdom. So, Wu Ming has become a true heaven-chosen worthy of the title. Sadly, his Dao heart is flawed. He acquired a deep awe and respect for Wang Wei after the latter gave him the idea of the totem warriors. And this awe prevented him from directly confronting Wang Wei, which eventually led him to participate in this battle as an ally instead of a true participant. Wu Ming's plan for himself was for the future. After controlling the Origin Rune Palace and leaving a deep foundation for his family, he planned to seal himself and wait for the future before proving the Dao. He hoped one of his descendants would become emperor, wake him up, and wash his karma. But now, he might have another chance. Wu Ming took a deep breath to calm down. Regardless of his experience, he was still the leader of an ancient emperor lineage. So, most people could not compare to his state of mind. Sect Master Wei, could you tell me about this chance? It's not that I don't believe you, but such a thing. Wang Wei understood his concern. After all, no one in the history of this world would dare say they could make other people emperor. So, he pondered for a moment before revealing how he could send Wu Ming into the upper dimension to prove the Dao. Such a method is indeed feasible. Despite his words, Wu Ming had a frown on his face, and Wang Wei could deduce why. I don't think it's possible to return to the lower dimension, he continued. From my calculations, true heavenly Dao might allow you to send a projection to preach to the world and maybe even leave your emperor scripture, artifact, and array to your lineage. However, I'm not completely sure about that. What about immortal venerables and Dao ancestors? Wu Ming wanted to leave a foundation for his Wu clan. You might be able to refine the immortal mansions and grand Dao source seed in advance and leave them in a space ring. However, as I said, I do not know how flexible true heavenly Dao will be. In the end, you might not even be able to interfere at all. Wu Ming nodded as he understood this was something no one had done before. Maybe some emperors ascended to the upper dimension with some talented heaven-chosens that proved the Dao. But no one sent people to the upper dimension while staying in the lower dimension. If everything works, this method can allow me to leave a deep foundation for the Wu clan, thought Wu Ming to himself. However, there is still a major flaw compared to the orthodox method, insurgents. It is not simple for great emperors to train insurgents for their clans. The process usually requires time and resources. And certain insurgents, like Array 2 from the Origin Rune Palace, require an emperor to personally cultivate using plenty of resources and his own grand Dao source. And Wang Wei's method does not allow for the creation of these kinds of insurgents. The only way to remedy this situation is to use unique qi from the source qi space that can create potent insurgents. Wu Ming knew this was the only solution to this problem. However, from the records he read, the source qi space was a dangerous place, and it was not easy to find powerful insurgent-level qi. Fine, I agree with this deal, said Wu Ming. Although the sect's luck will not be in the Wu clan's control for the next 200 generations, it was a small price to pay to control an emperor's lineage. Furthermore, until that time, the Dao opening sect will act as their protector and remove all dissidents that try to harm the Wu clan's benefit. Of course, Wu Ming has planned to prevent the Wu clan from being dissatisfied with this deal once they become powerful. He could foresee the great emperor of the Wu clan becoming unhappy about this deal and trying to end it. So, he would leave methods to prevent that from happening. Wu Ming knew with the current Dao opening sect, even an eternal emperor could no longer act willfully before them. Excellent, said Wang Wei with a smile. Wu Ming's deal made him aware of something he had overlooked, the luck of the ancestor lineages. So, he decided to sell the emperor's spot to these factions, and the price will be to borrow their faction's luck during his reign in the lower dimension. He plans to do the same for the ancient clan. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu luck blessing of these factions should greatly boost comprehension. His plan will condense the luck of the entire myriad emperor world for him to use. This is one of the reasons he was confident in cultivating the Empyrean realm in the lower dimension. But now, if he adds the special luck of these factions, he will receive another buff that can increase his chance of success and reduce the time he needs. Of course, he knew these factions might not agree easily. Unfortunately, they won't have a chance. I'm glad we can come to an agreement, said Wang Wei. I'm sensing a but, added Wu Ming. Yes. I need you to do something for me. But the process will be unpleasant. Wu Ming briefly pondered, unpleasant but not dangerous. There is a certain level of danger, but it is within the limit of your strength. Wu Ming did not immediately agree. Can you give me more information? Wang Wei nodded. There is a participant in this battle that I cannot find. Cannot find? What do you mean? I cannot detect his presence or whereabouts, no matter the method, replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Who is it? Feng Heng. The Tai Profound Gates traitor? Muttered Wu Ming. He's that capable? Feng Heng has always been low-key in this generation, and few people know how powerful he is. Wang Wei only nodded but did not explain. Shi Fui, the monk who possessed Feng Heng's body, was a master of hiding. During his life, he has hidden from countless emperors and even used the forbidden zones to hide from eternal emperors. So, even by using his current third-class strength and capabilities, Wang Wei did not find where he hid. What exactly do you want me to do? I'm worried that when I'm at my weakest, Feng Heng will strike. Wang Wei feared that Feng Heng would hide until after his battle with Di Tian. Then, while he is still weak and healing, sneak attacks him. So, I need you to wait by my side and prevent this from happening. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before his pupil dilated. You want to use some methods to control me? Yes. I cannot entrust my life to you, so I need to temporarily control you. However, we will take the necessary protocol to ensure that it's only during the battle. Wu Ming frowned as he repressed the unpleasant feeling in his mind. Why do you need me when you have your generals? Wang Wei paused. I have a feeling they will be in the same shape as me by the end of this battle. And some might even have to leave. Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for his team to deal with Di Tian. In that case, he needs to prepare in advance for the worst-case scenario. How strong is Feng Heng? Asked Wu Ming with a slight grunt. So far, he displayed the limit of 7 leaf. However, his trump cards should be quite threatening. So, I will give you a Dao artifact for safety. In that case, I agree. Wu Ming came so far, and his plan was so close to success. So, he decided to bear this unpleasantness. Excellent, huh? Wang Wei suddenly paused as he looked somewhere. He smiled brilliantly. It seems luck is on my side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 813, Philosophical Clash. Heaven will battlefield, an unknown location. A young and handsome man floated in the air, with flame all around him. However, he appeared not to be affected by his environment in the slightest. Furthermore, a weird atmosphere surrounded the young man, making it appear that he did not exist between heaven and earth. He held a pair of brown meditation beads, shining with brilliant golden light. The young man had no hair and wore a monk cassock. Oddly though, the cassock contained the yin-yang diagram of Taoism. These two contradicting philosophies perfectly blended with this young man, giving him a strange aura as he became the embodiment of heaven and earth. And this was not the only contradictory thing about this young monk that was perfectly fused into one. Unlike his youthful appearance, the young man contained an aura full of vicissitude. So, although time did not leave any trace on his face, anyone who met him would know he was old and gained countless wisdom through experience and the roughness of life. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of Yin Yang manifested. If anyone gazed at him now, they would see the universe's evolution. They would understand concepts like changes, life, death, birth and aging, creation and destruction. They would see the relationship or interconnection between all opposites. Feng Heng's calm and old gaze looked into the distance. I can't believe someone found me. Despite his calm tone, he was genuinely surprised. He knew his ability more than anyone else. Although he is currently limited by the fact he is no longer in a soul or spirit state, his hiding ability is still one of the best in the world, if not the best. Yet, someone, a participant of his generation, discovered him. A space crack manifested, and someone walked out. Zhenbiyu? Asked Feng Heng with a frown. He recognized the person who arrived but instantly felt something was wrong. Lord Feng Heng, it was not easy to find you. Feng Heng continued to observe her, playing with his bead. Layman, it seems there is no hostility between us. So, why are you seeking me? This is a battle until the last man standing. So, what if I don't have any animosity with you? Victory is reason enough to seek you, Zhenbiyu replied calmly, her green dress dancing with the same rhythm as the flame. Her eyes were full of wisdom and brightness. And Feng Heng immediately knew what he felt was wrong. The Zhenbiyu he met before had pure and innocent eyes. Her temperament was similar, devoid of complex emotions or intense desires. Furthermore, she had natural Tao rhymes emanating from her body because of her pure heart that allowed her to have the highest affinity possible with heaven and earth. However, the person before him had almost lost all her Tao rhyme, replaced by an intense power of the 5 elements. Finally, her eyes contained deep wisdom and a well-hidden fighting intent. Feng Heng resisted the urge to ask who she was because of the tremendous change. So, he secretly used the Buddhist spell, True Heart, to see if she was like him, an old monster who possessed the former Zhenbiyu. Luckily for him, she appeared to be her true self. Good, it seems I don't have to deal with a new and unknown variable, thought Feng Heng. True, he replied to her. However, something tells me this is not why you spent so much effort searching for me. Are you here because I betrayed the Tai Profound Gate? Feng Heng felt things were not that simple. After all, the relationship between the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element Balance Palace was poor, to say the least. They would be happy the gates suffered after the betrayal. You are partially correct, replied Zhenbiyu. Although our palace has contradictions with the Tai Profound Gate, we can agree on one thing: the rise of Buddhism is not permitted. Feng Heng briefly paused as he once again felt things were not that simple. The world is vast, why can't both our religions exist peacefully? The world might be vast, but resources are finite. Furthermore, only Taoism can be the main religion of the myriad emperor world. Feng Heng knew his words were useless. After all, the contradiction between Taoism and Buddhism involved luck and destiny. So, it's virtually impossible for them to exist peacefully. Since ancient times, when one is in power, the latter will be weakened and suppressed. The rise of Buddhism is the trend of heaven and earth, said Feng Heng with a deep sigh. He had support from the upper dimension and heavenly Taoist protection, so he knew the rise of Buddhism was as unstoppable as the arrival of the new glorious era of the myriad emperor world. As such, Buddhism's rise can be delayed, but it cannot be stopped. As long as I prove the Tao and become an eternal, I can delay the rise of Buddhism for a few hundred generations. And during this time, my 5-element Balance Palace will have plenty of time to prepare. She's completely different from the information I gathered, thought Feng Heng, thinking of the character analysis his spy team made about the latter. Did the palace create the change in her personality because of the lack of battle prowess of the pure heart? The pure heart was one of the ultimate states for comprehending the Tao. However, it had a weakness: weak battle prowess. Countless battles and killings are needed to cultivate a peerless heaven chosens. However, too much killing will ruin the innocence and pureness of the pure heart. So, it's impossible to cultivate any battle genius with this talent. No, they would not ruin such a talent. The pure heart will manifest its horror in the emperor realm while comprehending the grand Tao source. So, the palace must likely create a second personality while sealing the pure heart. Feng Heng remembered the Bodhi heart emperor from the incense era. He was a genius from the Buddhist sect with a pure heart. The Buddhist sect used this method to cultivate him into a peerless pseudo-eternal emperor. All these thoughts flashed inside Feng Heng's mind in less than a second. Then, he smiled before saying, "Layman, I guarantee you cannot prove the Tao if I cannot." Zhenbiyu squinted her eyes after sensing the ruthless dedication and will behind these words. Feng Heng would die with her to prevent Taoism from proving the Tao in this generation. And since he had already laid the groundwork for Buddhism by fusing with Taoism's luck, it was a matter of time before the Buddhist sect rose again. With Taoism's luck and heavenly Tao's favor, countless geniuses will be born in Buddhism. And as long as one can prove the Tao, their revival is guaranteed. And if they cultivate an eternal emperor, they can prosper or thrive. Zhenbiyu immediately became on guard. She came here for two reasons. The first was due to the order of the five-element balance palace. They calculated that capturing and killing Feng Heng could be the catalyst for the revival of the palace. The Tai Profound Gate held most of the luck of Taoism in the myriad emperor world. After defeating the palace and chasing them out of the central continent, this was their trophy. But now, Feng Heng also had access to that luck after connecting Buddhism and Taoism. So, their sect can revive and return to the central continent as long as they get their hands on him. Of course, this was not the main reason Zhenbiyu spent so much effort searching for him, it was the excuse she used. The main reason is due to Emperor Five Heart. The current Zhenbiyu was in a weird state. She was secretly influenced by the Emperor Five Heart, changing her personality and state of mind to become the best fighter possible. However, she has no memories of things connecting her to Emperor Five Heart. Regardless, the Emperor can get some information from Zhenbiyu. Recently, she felt something big was going to happen in the lower dimension. And her intuition even warned her of danger. So, she decided to take some risks. She decided to use this clone to forcefully absorb the luck of Buddhism to help in her cultivation. Then, she will run away to the upper dimension. After forcefully absorbing such a vast quantity of luck, increasing her cultivation by 5% in a very short period should be no problem. And this was not the only part of her plan. After true heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension, she decided to take even more risks and sent more than one clone to compete for the heaven will. So, she also planned to forcefully steal the luck of a few powerful and ancient emperor lineage to help her cultivation. Normally, her plan would not work since her artifact could not hide so many clones from heavenly Tao. However, the changes in the lower dimension gave her an opportunity. Feng Heng versus Zhenbiyu, I. Feng Heng looked at her, his eyes and demeanor as peaceful as ever. He knew something was wrong with Zhenbiyu the moment she showed up. He was very confident in his plan, so his tactic for this battle involved this ability. After learning from Monk Wuji that he had no chance of winning this battle, he investigated why the latter believed so and learned about the existence of the Nine Extremity Foundation. So, he planned to wait until the two titans, Di Tian and Wang Wei, decided the victor before confronting the weakened winner. And his plan worked for a while. No one could find him, even Wang Wei. And yet, everything changed as Zhenbiyu somehow discovered his hiding place. No matter what method she used showed she is not simple, analyzed Feng Heng. Could she be like me? Possessed by someone else? Cultivators often despised body possession as it's better to recreate a fleshly body. After all, it's extremely difficult to make a soul perfectly fit with a foreign body. So, there are a few occasions where body possession is used. The first one is poverty. Many cultivators do not have the means or resources to recreate their fleshly bodies. The second reason is to increase talent through possession. This method is one of the ways cultivated can remove the shackles of their talent. However, they still have to deal with the issue of essence and spirit not 100% fitting together. Then, there is the possibility of some emperor reviving themselves using the heaven will, pondered Feng Heng. If that's the case, it would explain why she could find me. No, even a normal emperor cannot easily find me. It's harder for him to use his hiding ability now that he has a fleshly body. Regardless, he was still confident not any regular emperor could find him. Feng Heng slowly stood up from his sitting position. He held the praying beads in his left hand while keeping his right hand in a praying position. I should be cautious of whether she is the real Zhen Biyu. But, I can also take this opportunity to test her. Feng Heng was peaceful at the fact his plan for this battle was ruined. He knew Zhen Biyu's arrival already got the attention of either Di Tian or Wang Wei, most likely, the latter. And knowing how Wang Wei operated, he would never allow him to hide again. Regardless, Feng Heng was calm about the entire ordeal. As for the reason? There are two, the first one being his new state of mind. After witnessing the revival of Buddhism, he became enlightened, and his state of mind was elevated. The depression, sadness, hopelessness, and heavy sense of mission he carried on his shoulder for billions of years were now removed. The second and foremost reason is that he has the heart of hope and the merit-proving method. As such, Feng Heng knew he was fated to prove the Tao and become an emperor. With such a mindset, the battle, for him, was simply a way to enhance his benefit. If he could prove the Tao on his own and use the heart of hope and the merit-proving method, his strength would drastically improve. Losing is acceptable, thought Feng Heng. However, I should also not give up until the last minute. Layman, let's begin. Alpha D Alpha Beta Theta Nu Epsilon. I am very proud of this Vajra Legion. Layman, please, have a try. Zhen Biyu frowned. Monk, how about we don't mess around and skip these unnecessary steps? She wanted to save time fighting with troops. Legions are useless for geniuses of their level, unless they are truly unique. Zhen Biyu was initially confident of winning this battle. However, after meeting certain people and using secret techniques to detect their strengths, she realized how laughable such an idea was. Nevertheless, she did not immediately give up. Her plans to steal the luck of Taoism can still benefit her. As long as she gets her hands on it, the trip to this battlefield would have been worth it. As such, she did not want to waste time with the monk in case something unexpected occurred. Please, replied Feng Heng, shaking his head while simultaneously making a motion for her to make a move. She knew little about her opponent, while the latter probably knew much about him. So, the best choice is to use his troops to force her to reveal some of her abilities. Are you Buddhist monks all about compassion? Why are you willing to let these poor soldiers die right before you? How can you be so cruel? Taunted Zhen Biyu with a sneer. The hypocrisy is one of the many reasons your sect was wiped out from history. Feng Heng did not react to her words. In his life, he had seen too many things, and this was not the first time he had heard these words. Furthermore, he knew the Buddhist sect's actions back then were wrong. So, he has learned from the past and prepared for his Neo-Buddhism. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu people often placed monks on a pedestal, replied Feng Heng calmly. They believed monks should be perfect beings dedicated to serving the people, beings with no flaws, negative emotions, or selfish desires. When the opposite is true. We are only human, with 7 desires and 6 emotions. Although we preach about compassion, we can also learn to be ruthless. Your words are contradictory. How can you be compassionate and ruthless? Said Zhen Biyu with a sneer. Unfortunately, this world is ruled by the powerful. And no one can become powerful without becoming ruthless. So, if any monk wishes to practice the way of compassion, they must first learn to be ruthless. As for the contradiction? Doesn't your Taoist sect believe in yin-yang? Replied Feng Heng with a smile. Speaking of ruthlessness, continued the young monk. Can you, Taoist priests, talk about ruthlessness? Using the excuse of inaction, many of you have watched countless horrors and human suffering and remained indifferent. Some of you even participate in these horrors under the belief you are doing the work of heaven and earth, under the belief of participating in the flow of nature. Feng Heng shook his head as he felt Zhen Biyu's words were the epitome of the pot calling the kettle black. I guess there is no way to bait him into accepting my direct challenge, thought Zhen Biyu, not caring about the latter's words. Although she cultivated the 5 elements Tao, she never considered herself part of Taoism. So, such a debate was meaningless to her. It seems we have to do this the hard way. Zhenbiyu did not rush toward the monk and directly fought him. Such a tactic was reckless as the latter could use his troops to form a potent array, which disadvantaged her. So, she followed his rhythm and summoned her troops. Her soldiers wore yellow armor, and a metallic light would flash in their skins and eyes. Metal Legion? Thought Feng before ordering his men to attack. A brilliant golden light enveloped his legion as they marched toward the enemy. Budapam, the legion worked together as they used their formation. So, a towering golden hand descended from the heavens, suppressing the Metal Legion. Sharp sword, the response of Zhenbiyu's troop was not slow. They gathered the power of the metal element into a formation to create a sword with unparalleled sharpness. They pushed this prominent attribute of the metal element to the limit. Boom! A terrifying sound and shockwave were generated from the clash of the gigantic yellow sword and the enormous golden palm. Spatial storms appeared in the surrounding area, leaving a devastating force in this area. The result of the attack showed these two troops were equal in strength. And yet, dozens of soldiers from the Metal Legion died while only a few people from the Vajra Legion suffered minor injuries. The reason for such a difference is simple: defensive capabilities. Zhenbiyu's troops protected themselves from the chaotic energy of the clash with metal energy or power. Unfortunately, they were still leagues in difference compared to the fleshly body defense of the Vajra Legion. Keep attacking, ordered Feng after seeing he had the initiative. So, his troop adopted a dead man tactic. They attacked with no regard for any injury, pain, or injury. Relying on their defensive capability far surpassing their opponent, they relentlessly attacked to create as much damage as possible. So, Zhenbiyu watched as hundreds of her soldiers died in a few minutes. She knew things could not continue as such, so she changed tactics and summoned another legion, the Earth Legion. This legion is known for two things: defense and endless stamina. So, she immediately ordered them to work with the Metal Legion to change the situation of this battle. Designer's plan or selfish desires? Heaven will battlefield, northern quadrant. Designer sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless formations. A golden spear floated before him as he focused on refining it. The spear has the name of God Slayer, aptly named to show their respect to the two unparalleled geniuses they were going to kill with it. Designer was very focused, engraving divine runes on the spear. Strange energy could be seen entering the spear, and the potent pulse it emanated was a display of its ever-growing strength. However, Designer had a frown on his face during the entire process. So, after a few hours, he stopped the refining process. "What's wrong?" asked Parasite, who noticed the anomaly. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, I know you fancy her, but this is not the time to think with your lower body. She is untrustworthy, and we must put the mission above anything else. A sharp aura suddenly emanated from Designer after hearing these words. He looked at Parasite, his eyes completely cold and indifferent. "It seems that becoming the mission leader made you forget yourself. Who do you think you're talking to? How dare you question my professional integrity?" Designer has always been calm during this mission, always following orders without questioning or complaining. As such, it appeared his status in the group was the lowest. However, it was the opposite. In the upper dimension, he had the highest status among all the spies sent to the lower dimension. And the reason for this is due to his accomplishment in weapon refining. In the Eternal Ascension world, the size of the upper dimension is trillions of times larger than the lower dimension, which is composed of 3,800 heavenward worlds, 100,000 greater thousand worlds in every world community, hundreds of millions of middle thousand worlds, and billions of lower thousand world. And this did not consider the mortal worlds with little to no spiritual chi. With such a large size, the upper dimension's population is simply unquantifiable. Yet, despite its size, the number of people with talent capable of creating an emperor-level weapon or talisman while still being moral will not surpass 100. Designer is one of these rare 100, thus guaranteeing his status. Because of his value, the Paragons offered him many benefits upon the success of this mission, including the authorization to become a Paragon and one of the rulers. Designer was intelligent, so he did not wholly believe in that promise. However, he knew he would still have plenty of benefits, including becoming a peak Empyrean. With his promising future, he would not compromise everything because of his fondness for Tong Ruobing. He was attracted to her in the first place due to her talent and the benefits she could bring to him. He knew Tong Ruobing's talent was not weaker than hers, and maybe she was more talented. His accomplishments were miles ahead of her because he had access to knowledge of a civilization extremely more advanced than her. So, with advantages in knowledge and resources, he can achieve things beyond her wildest dream. However, Designer knew how much someone of Tong Ruobing's talent could flourish in the upper dimension. So, he wanted to woo her and became her Tao companion. Then, they could work together to thrive under the protection and guarantee of the Paragons. I didn't mean that, replied Parasite, flustered by the terrifying aura released by Designer. He also remembered the latter's status as a genius weapon refiner praised and worshipped by many. What I meant to say, I don't care what you meant to say, said Designer bluntly. Before the plan succeeded, I warned you of the lower dimension suppression of Emperor artifacts. True. Emperor artifacts are a crucial aspect of an Emperor's strength and play a more significant role in battles in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao designed the rules of the lower dimension to favor the Emperor's path. As such, there are many restrictions in the lower dimension not applicable after ascending, one of which is the suppression of Emperor artifacts. In the upper dimension, one of the most common ways for people to become insurgents is through powerful weapons. For example, a 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can easily defeat a 3rd-class or 2nd-class Emperor with a potent Emperor artifact. And the only reason lower leaves cannot achieve the same result is that they do not have enough immortal chi inside their bodies to fully utilize the strength of the artifact. They could still achieve the same effect as long as they found another treasure or some special technique that allowed them to store vast quantities of energy. And the higher the artifact, the more powerful its strength. Any Emperor with more than 40% Grand Tao source can injure a weak Empyrean if they sneak attack the latter with an Empyrean artifact. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Om. Of course, the price would be the death of the Emperor as the artifact sucks them dry. However, since they are eternal, it's not much of a price if they are cornered and want a way to save their lives. Then, there are Paragon artifacts that are strategic weapons. These things are so powerful that they still significantly affect the current political landscape of the Eternal Ascension world. In general, artifacts play a greater role in the upper dimension without the restriction of their power in the lower dimension. In the upper dimension, innate supreme treasures are on par with Empyrean artifacts and chaos supreme treasures rivaling Paragon artifacts. These weapons are innate treasures, born between heaven and earth. They usually have more unique abilities. Although they are generally weaker than Empyrean and Paragon weapons, the cost of using them is significantly less, so many people sought them out. Because of the importance of artifacts in battle, weapon refiners of Tier 10 and above are greatly sought after, especially talented individuals like Designer, who has a high chance of refining Paragon artifacts while still in the Empyrean realm. Most acquired artifacts are created by cultivators who slowly elevate their proving Tao artifacts. It's extremely difficult to create high-level artifacts without cultivating the refining Grand Tao source as a primary or secondary Tao. However, proving Tao artifacts are restricted by their owner's Tao, thus limiting their versatility. For example, an Emperor who cultivates Fire Tao will have a fire-based artifact. If he wanted an artifact with another attribute or Tao, he would need a weapon refiner to create it for them. You never explained how Tong Ruobing will help in our situation, asked Yu Zhou, who wanted to alleviate the atmosphere. It's not feasible for us to activate this weapon without paying a terrible price. So, we need more people to bear the burden and reduce the negative effects, explained Designer. Tong Ruobing has an acquired source rune physique, making her the perfect person to bear most of the brunt of the formation. The group needs a unique formation to activate the weapon. Furthermore, she seemed to have a connection to an Emperor tier talisman, making the situation ideal for her. You have a point, but I'm not done, he said, squinting his eyes, and Parasite immediately stopped talking. The myriad Emperor world's heavenly Tao should greatly suppress us as what we are doing is considered technically interfering in the heavenward battle. So, it's best to have someone like Tong Ruobing or Yan Guowei, who are native to this plane, to control this weapon and reduce heavenly Tao's influence. In truth, there is something Designer did not mention. The process of creating this weapon was extremely difficult at first due to the world's suppression. However, not long before the final battle, this suppression suddenly decreased before stopping. He found this change odd but did not think too much about it. He thought the Paragons must have intervened to ensure the success of their mission. Designer further proved this theory after detecting no suppression in the battlefield when setting up the final arrangements for the weapon. Heavenly Tao would indeed favor the natives of this world, even though we acquired an identity and are now technically citizens of this plane, said Yu Zhou with a frown. Regardless, Parasite has a point. Tong Ruobing cannot be trusted. I'm fully aware of this, so I made precautions, said Designer. Both Tong Ruobing and Yang Guowei will not have control of the central core of the formation. They will only be batteries and users. Plus, we can take this opportunity to drain their stamina and prevent them from having the strength to betray us. It seems you have considered everything, nodded Yu Zhou, who gave the latter a look. He did not know whether Designer's objectives were purely for the mission or he had selfish desires. Regardless, he knew now was not the time to fight among each other. Furthermore, Designer did warn them of this issue beforehand. Fine, let's use your plan, said Parasite as a bug crawled out from his cheek and entered his eyes. And, this plot point should have occurred after Feng Heng's fight. However, I do not feel like writing any battle scenes today, so I moved it ahead. Chapter 8:17, Zhenbiyu ordered his troops to retreat. This battle revealed one of her weaknesses: she did not train her forces properly. In truth, she did not put too much emphasis on them. After the cleanup, she spent most of her time waking Emperor Five Heart's memory while also trying to hide her changes from the Five-Element Balance Palace. As such, she had no time to train her troops properly. Furthermore, she also did not think these cannon fodder soldiers would serve any real purpose in this battle. By underestimating the value of these troops, she failed to bring out their true values or train any peerless generals near the level of Li Jun or Di Jiaying. It's too late for regret now, as Zhenbiyu thought of the consequences. When dealing with people like Wang Wei, she will have difficulty bypassing their well-trained troops and peerless generals on par with most heaven-chosen. While she was analyzing her next step, Feng Heng was already prepared. He combined with his troops to create a unique array, Golden Buddha Array. A magic circle enveloped Feng Heng as the center, allowing him to disappear. He then turned into a humongous golden Buddha towering over his opponent. Palm of regret, Feng Heng's Buddha form pressed its gigantic palm toward Zhenbiyu, who immediately felt her emotion running out of control. She heard countless voices telling her how she was stupid not to properly train her troops, forcing her into this embarrassing situation. However, these voices were only the tip of the iceberg. Soon after, Zhenbiyu found herself unable to control her thoughts. All kinds of regret flooded her soul, rendering her paralyzed. She regretted doing something as daring as deceiving Heavenly Tao and interfering in various world communities Heaven will battle. After all, such an act would definitely come to bite her back. Karma is not a joke. She regretted she never dared to ascend to the upper dimension because of the challenges ahead. Her action of cultivating in the lower dimension would be fine if it were simply out of caution. Unfortunately, she feared the fact that she was only a bigger ant in the upper dimension. As such, her avoidance has some effect on her Tao heart. Finally, she regretted how she treated some of her clones. A few gained sentience and had their own thoughts and ideas. However, she ruthlessly destroyed them for her selfish desire. As all these regrets flooded her mind, Zhenbiyu's primordial spirit began to collapse. No, I can't be overwhelmed by regret, she thought at the last moment before this technique finished her off. So, she used her fire Tao to purify her mind, entering a state of emptiness, allowing her to regain control of her mind. Simultaneously, a yellow shield containing the power of earth appeared above her head to block Feng Heng's palm. What a terrifying technique, analyzed Zhenbiyu. She is a great emperor with a deep understanding of the soul and mind. And yet, she still suffered from this palm. Even her decrease in strength cannot explain the reason for such a tremendous failure. I once heard that in the early creation of Buddhism, they only cultivated the soul and mind, believing the flesh was a burden to the path of enlightenment. It was only later they corrected this worldview. But, regardless of this change, the Buddhist sect has always been known for its soul and mind techniques. Without hesitating, Jinbiyu created a 5-layered shield around her primordial spirit. Afterward, she borrowed the ability of her pure heart to allow her mind to be pure and free of distraction. No, something is wrong, thought Jinbiyu. My mind has a small flaw. Although well hidden, it's there. Sadly, she did not have time to find the source of her flaw. Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes can see the flaw in all things. So, he immediately detected the flaw in her mind. Liberation of the mind. Buddhism believes in the liberation from negative emotions like fear and cowardice. And such emotions are usually the result of either lack of fundamental understanding of heaven and earth or worldly attachment. Jinbiyu, or Emperor Five Hearts fear, originated from her desire for strength, power, and weakness. So, the second palm attack sought to liberate her from this fear. So, as Feng Heng's second palm descended from the heavens, Jinbiyu once again found herself in a daze. She had the sudden urge to abandon all her ambitions of taking the heaven will and increasing her understanding of the grand Tao source. Over the years, I've spent so much time sealed in a lonely place, hiding from the detection of true heavenly Tao. For eons, I have not seen or spoken to anyone. If not for the memories and experience of my clones, I do not know whether I could survive the loneliness. Maybe, it's a good idea to live a normal life. Life in the upper dimension is not so scary. Many emperors have ascended and achieved great things. Since they could do it, why can't I? Why do I have to be afraid of something I haven't experienced yet? The more she thought about it, the better the idea was. No one wants to live in fear their entire life. So, now that she was awakened and freed her mind from her fears, she felt a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Bang! Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Immerse sea of consciousness trembled, and a flower began to bloom from her primordial spirit. At the last moment before her soul collapsed, her passive domain activated, and the Wood Tao used life energy to heal her soul, waking her up in the process. Damn it, cursed Jinbiyu. Boom! Her body flew thousands of meters away. Although she woke up from the mind attack, she was still too late, and Feng Heng's physical attack reached her. Luckily, a metal armor appeared on her body as protection. Jinbai crashed into a sea of flame below her. However, she soon got back on her feet, wiping the blood in the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth to swallow the flame in the surroundings to heal her injuries. Secret technique, myriad soul projection. Thousands of souls appeared in Jinbayu's sea of consciousness. These souls looked precisely like her primordial spirit, except they looked less tangible and more phantom-like. I can now redirect all his mind attacks to these soul projections, even if he targets the flaw in my mind. Jinbiyu was calm despite her minor loss. She was not angered because her pride as a great emperor was injured. After all, most of her clones lose the battle for one reason or another. Although she placed more emphasis and resources on this clone because this generation had plenty of eternal destiny, it would not affect Emperor Five Heart if she lost. Palm of Compassion. Feng Heng attacked for the third time, and the mode of attack was the same, a palm attack powered by a mind-based technique. However, this spell was even more overbearing than the first two. The palm did one thing, completely override the enemy's all emotions and turn them into pure compassion. So, anyone hit by this attack would turn into the kindness, most selfless, and altruistic individual between heaven and earth. Their mind will have no negative emotions. No, they won't have any other emotions like joy or a sense of accomplishment. They will only feel compassion and have the desire to display said compassion to the world. As the palm descended, Jinbiyu frowned as she sensed her soul projections dying in the hundreds every passing second. It's truly a scary technique. Did the Western Pure Land inspire it? From this clone, she knew one of the Forbidden Lands could forcibly turn people into worshippers of Buddhism, even forcibly altering the nature of their grand Tao source. Luckily, his attack has not reached such a level. She took a deep breath to calm down before going on the offensive. A mighty spear composed entirely of flame appeared above her head. Under Jinbayu's control, it rushed toward the palm and easily destroyed it. Then, the spear continued to its destination toward Feng Heng's golden Buddha form. Like any metal, after reaching its melting points, the fire spear burned through the Buddha, destroying the formation. Feng Heng's genuine body appeared, floating above and looking down on her while frowning. This place is full of fire energy, boosting all fire techniques. Such an environment is too favorable to someone who cultivated the five-element Tao. Feng Heng waved his hand to remove his legions and prevent them from suffering from calamity due to this battle. After all, these people are the first forces of Buddhism in this world. Palm of Love, the monk generated another palm technique, which seemed extremely rapid compared to the others. Zhenbiyu responded swiftly and blocked it. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. Her mind moved rapidly. Sadly, she was still too late. So, she watched how the flame in this entire dimension was extinguished. Zhenbiyu detected how her opponent forcibly changed the laws of this space, removing the fact that the fire laws dominated this place. Losing the home advantage? That's fine with me. Although she thought as such, she felt annoyed that she did not react in time to such an obvious tactic. Regardless, she had no intention of relying on the environmental advantage to win this battle. She had plenty of confidence in herself and her Tao. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8:18. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent, thinking about the optimal tactic to begin this battle. She has displayed excellent use and control of her Tao and a unique application of the soul. Although it should only be the bare surface of her ability, it is enough for me to deduce her capabilities. The only place I lack information is her physical prowess, so let's test it. Feng Heng acted, and countless halos of different colors appeared above his head. Each halo had a different aura or emotions. Upon closer observation, Zhenbiyu noticed a few: halo of virtue, halo of suffering, halo of wisdom, halo of sins, halo of truth, halo of compassion, and so many more. After these halos manifested, they fused into Feng Heng's body, turning him into a noble gilded man. The sound of a river flooding could be heard as Feng Heng's blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeat resonated with the space of this dimension, making it tremble with each beat. The all-virtue Buddha golden body, said Zhenbiyu in shock. Oh, you know this technique? Asked Feng Heng with a frown. This technique has long been lost to time, and he was probably one of the few people in this world who still knew of its existence. So, after hearing Zhenbiyu naming it, he was surprised while also confirming her identity was special. With this incident, he confirmed his theory that someone possessed her. He eliminated the possibility of reincarnation and waking up the past life memory because his yin-yang eyes saw the essence of her soul and did not detect the breath of reincarnation. Zhenbiyu displayed a great sense of seriousness because of the origin of this technique. In the endless void, the myriad emperor world was not the only place that had an entire era ruled by Buddhism. And it was not the only place where these monks went mad because of the power of incense. Most world communities have one thing in common: the Null Era. After the innate acquire war, most cultivation civilizations were destroyed and had to start over. And the ones who survived with an intact inheritance also suffered tremendous damage. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of most of these worlds saw an opportunity to start over, better than before. The other thing all heaven worlds and world communities shared in common was the rise of Buddhism. More than hundreds of world communities had eras ruled by Buddhism and practiced cruel methods of gathering incense. The rise of Buddhism appeared simultaneously across all world communities. Some worlds were ruled by Buddhism for an extended period, right after the Null Era, to be precise. The prosperity of Buddhism allowed it to gather too much destiny. As such, its backlash was so severe that its downfall occurred in the same generation. It's a shame that something went wrong with the absolute beginning emperor, and he wiped out the entire religion. There were rumors the all-virtue Buddha golden body originated from the upper dimension. But I know that's not true, thought Zhenbiyu, a little flustered because of the origin and rumor behind this fantastic body refining technique. At the peak of Buddhism's prosperity, something fantastical occurred. 126 great emperors appeared from the Buddhist sect. In one generation, Buddhism accounted for 3% of all emperors in the lower dimension. Such a record was unheard of. However, what occurred next was even more remarkable. These 126 Buddhist emperors gathered and had a Dharma discussion, inviting the most talented monks from their worlds and factions for a meeting to discuss the Tao. During this meeting, countless new theories, thoughts, ideas, and schools of thought were created. And, of course, numerous brilliant cultivation techniques or spells. And the most outstanding achievement of this meeting was the creation of the all-virtue Buddha Golden Body. This technique contained the thoughts of millions of Buddhist monks from tiers 7 to 9. 126 great emperors, 3 of whom were eternal emperors. As such, the all-virtue Buddha Golden Body is considered one of the masterpieces of Buddhism and the most brilliant body-refining technique in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, only true monks can cultivate this technique. Without true dedication to Buddhism, no one can practice this technique. Cultivating this technique requires a person to deeply understand Buddhist Dharma and condense halos from these understandings. So, people will often condense things like the halo of suffering, or halo of compassion, and so on. After condensing the halos, the cultivator has to absorb unique energy or resources based on these halos' unique Dharma before fusing them into their bodies. The fused halo will then temper the Bodhi's skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians, blood, brain, acupoints, apertures, and cells to an unimaginable level. Zhenbiyu took a moment to rein in her shock. She did expect to see such a legendary technique in this place. However, what shocked her the most was the hundreds of halos surrounding Fengheng. How could his understanding of Dharma be so deep? Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu no matter how heaven-defyingly talented a person is, they would need a long time to condense so many halos. No, I may spook myself out, analyzed Zhenbiyu. The halos need resources to condense into reality before fusion. However, Buddhism has been destroyed for so long, so there should not be many resources after such a short revival. After figuring things out, she focused on the halos and noticed the majority were illusory and not fully condensed. Zhenbiyu sighed in relief after this discovery. She could not fathom how powerful her opponent's fleshly body would be if he condensed all these halos. After analyzing the situation, Zhenbiyu displayed her tactic to deal with this situation. She was not a body refiner. However, as a top heaven chosen, she knew how terrifying body refiners were and created ways to deal with them and make up for the gap. As such, a white and yellow slim armor appeared around her body. Immediately, her aura changed from a calm and peaceful Taoist priest to a mighty general with unparalleled momentum. Meanwhile, Fengheng had finished activating his fleshly body. He clenched his hand to feel the power coursing through his veins. It's a shame, he thought. The revival of Buddhism was too short, preventing him from gathering enough resources to cultivate his fleshly body. Otherwise, with his years of studying the Dharma, he could push the all-virtue Buddha Golden Body to an unprecedented level. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Mi glanced at his opponent before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her as if he had teleported. A golden light flashed on his body as he punched forward. Bang! Zhenbiyu flew 100 steps backward, but her armor was intact, without a single scratch. Interesting. What kind of armor is this? Fengheng rushed forward and used a palm attack. He controlled his strength to penetrate the armor. However, to his surprise, the armor blocked the penetrating power of his dark strength. Fengheng did not stop after one strike but attacked with trillions of punches in a second. His fists moved so fast that it did not look like they moved to the untrained eyes. Meanwhile, Zhenbiyu tried to retaliate. However, there was too much difference between their physical stats, especially speed and reaction time. Gravity, with Earth Tao, she controlled the power of gravity, creating a gravity wave of 1 trillion raised to 1 trillion times normal Earth gravity. She wanted to push him away to give her room for maneuverability. However, Fengheng ignored her attempt as one of his punches sliced through this terrifying gravity like a hand plunging into water. This thing is so tough, thought Fengheng after seeing the small cracks he created with his assault. This level of damage was almost non-existent, especially since the cracks could heal independently. Luckily, he did gain something. He learned the specifics of this technique. Taoism believes all matter in the universe originated from the 5 elements. Zhenbiyu used this idea to create the hardest metal possible. Such a metal reached the level of Tao artifacts. And if she were not restricted by her 7-leaf strength, the hardness and density of this metal would probably reach Emperor tier. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as he wondered whether any truly talented heaven-chosens that cultivated 5-element Tao could create such a metal. Or was it the result of whoever possessed Zhenbiyu? The crux of this question is not the metal level but whether someone can achieve such a level with only immortal venerable strength. And the chances of that happening are very low. So, whoever it is, they must be an emperor or, at the very least, used to be a powerful insurgent. Feng Heng knew some emperors used their descendants to revive themselves. However, his eyes did not detect any imprint from Zhenbiyu's body. So, he had to rule out this method. Well, it does not matter for now since I already found a way around this metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 819, Feng Heng vs Zhenbiyu, v. An unedited chapter. Feng Heng did think of the flaw of Zhenbiyu's metal. However, she was not a passive fighter and let him have the dominant initiative in this battle. During their brief confrontation, she also had a battle plan when the enemy was trying to figure out her technique. Her unique metal created by the 5-element Tao was not only hard and indestructible but also contained another property, absorbing and storing power. As such, during the time Feng Heng was assaulting her like a relentless dog after a piece of bone, she stored the force from his attack. Bang! Zhenbiyu's attack pushed him a few steps back, surprising Feng Heng a little. However, the force was equal and even less than his actual physical stats, so he was not too worried. Boom! 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 Their 2 fists clashed, generating intense shockwaves that twisted the surrounding space. Their attack was on par for a while before Zhenbiyu used the power of earth to increase her physical prowess. However, to her surprise, she could not outclass Feng Heng. The strength I stole from him won't last long. And his tactics seemed to delay until my ability was exhausted. In that case, let's use that technique. Plup. Feng Heng suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood after his fist clashed with his opponent. Huh? What happened? His mind worked faster than a super quantum computer. However, his enemy did not give him time and went on a tyrannical offensive. In less than a second, Zhenbiyu punched millions of times, leaving fist shadows in the air that appeared as if she had thousands of hands. And with each attack, Feng Heng would vomit blood. However, the odd part is that he had no visible external injuries. Feng Heng made a blocking form by crossing his arm. Then, he analyzed the inside of his body. Lung failure? I'm sick. Thought Feng Heng, unable to hide the confusion in his facial expression. Zhenbiyu's attack did not injure her internal organs or something of the sort. Her attack was inferior to his defense. Yet, his lungs began to fail, followed by his heart. His bones became brittle due to some infection in his bone marrow. Feng Heng mobilized his yin-yang eyes to discover the truth of his anomaly. The Bodhi's 5-element balance is destroyed. Is this a combination of 5-element Tao and medicine Tao? Cultivators are not affected by mortal diseases. Although it's possible for a body-refining cultivator to be sick, it's very rare. After opening their divine sea, they become immune to 99% of mortal diseases. And by the supernatural realm, cultivators will be free of diseases. They can be injured but not sick. Of course, that only refers to mortal diseases. Some artificially created diseases created by cultivators for the purpose of killing are different. Zhenbiyu's attack used medicine Tao and the theories of 5 elements related to the organs. She disrupted the balance in Feng Heng's body, making him sick and injured. What a wonderful technique, she probably created it especially to deal with body refiners. As he thought of this, he controlled his body, rebalanced the 5 elements, and cured his disease. However, Jin Baiyu's accomplishment in the 5 elements was beyond him. As such, the process will repeat itself as soon as she attacks. Feng Heng frowned as his body became balanced and unbalanced. He discovered this method was a great tempering method of the flesh. However, it was not the time to be cultivating. He swiftly contemplated how to deal with the situation. The easiest method is to evade Jin Baiyu's attack or use yin yang to retain the balance. However, he chose a different method. According to his previous analysis of the latter's armor, he had 2 plans to deal with it. The first one was to use soul attack since Jin Baiyu's armor was designed to deal with physical attacks. However, Feng Heng knew this method was not as effective since Jin Baiyu would find ways to protect her soul knowing the effect of the armor. So, the monk chose the second method. This method would deal with the armor and take advantage of his current situation. Buddha feeding flesh, bang! Jin Baiyu punched him. However, she was the one who spewed blood. Furthermore, the more she attacked, the more injured she became, forcing herself to stop. The Buddha's feeding flesh, muttered Jin Baiyu. Huh? Do you even know of this? Feng Heng began to wonder about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Jin Baiyu did not care. She has participated in hundreds of Heaven Will World and has lived since the ancient Emperor era. Although Emperor Five Heart was not from the myriad Emperor world, her clones experienced all the eras and learned many secrets. So, she knew of this technique and its origin. There was once a mortal monk who cultivated compassion. Although he had no talent for cultivation, he spent years understanding Dharma and practicing compassion. One day, he was lost in the desert, spending days without food and water. Then, he met a dying eagle in the same situation as him. Out of compassion, he fed the eagle his flesh, hoping one of the two would survive this ordeal. His action changed their fate as the eagle used the remaining energy he acquired to fly away and get help. Then, the eagle became the monk's companion. Later in his life, a cultivating Buddhist sect discovered the monk was a person with great virtue and merit, so he changed his fate and allowed him to cultivate. The monk eventually proved the Tao and became known as Compassion Heart Emperor, a first-class emperor. This technique was the creation of the eagle as he became one of the 4 protectors of the monk. With this technique, the eagle would take on the monk's pain, suffering, and injuries, protecting him from the world's harm. Later, someone modified this technique to transfer injuries to the opponent. Plop! Jin Baiyu spewed another mouthful of blood, despite not attacking. The reason was Feng Heng activated the hail of suffering and self-harm. This tactic allowed him to greatly injure his opponent while also activating the ability of the halo. With more injury and suffering, his strength will increase. Jin Baiyu's mind worked at an alarming rate as she analyzed all the information she knew about this technique and how to deal with it. Then, she rushed toward Feng Heng. The monk felt something was wrong, so he did not directly clash with her. Instead, he remained a certain distance from her as he self-harms through the halo of suffering. Jin Baiyu used Wood Dao for 2 purposes, healing and entanglement. Each of Feng Heng's self-harm attacks equals a blow from peak 7-leaf strength. Although she had similar battle prowess, her defense and fleshly body were too weak compared to a body refiner. Luckily, Wood Dao is the best healing Dao when pushed to the pinnacle. Then, she summoned a giant tree that filled the surrounding dimension. The tree had one purpose, entangle her enemy and buy her enough time. Ultimate Sharpness Sword, Jin Baiyu gathered the metal Dao and pushed the sharpness attribute to the limit. She slashes her hand to create an unparalleled moon-shaped sword slash. This sword attack was so powerful and brilliant that it would make most pure swordsmen blush in shame. And the target of this attack was the karmic string connecting her and Feng Heng. And as soon as she cut off the string, Feng Heng could no longer use self-inflicted injuries to wound her. Unfortunately, things did not proceed as smoothly as she expected. As a highly enlightened monk, Feng Heng deeply understood karma and cause and effect. One of his secondary Dao is karma, which he had to use his heart of hope to prevent having to undergo the outlaw trial. Luckily, he only cultivated as a secondary Dao and did not have to pay too deep of a price. So, the moment Jin Baiyu cut off the connection, he used his karmic law to generate a backlash that injured her primordial spirit. Zhen Baiyu's face changed as she sensed the injury in her soul. She activated her Di realm to confront Feng Heng while also pushing her Wu Dao to the limit. Huh. The backlash was more severe than expected, analyzed Feng Heng as he discovered an anomaly. His eyes changed as he checked something. She has no negative karma, however, she seemed to have a low resistance to karma backlash attacks. He evolved the power of yin and yang as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth, divining something. She owes heaven and earth great karma? Who is this person? Although he was curious, he also knew this was not the time. So, he acted as he went on the offensive. Wrath of heaven, Feng Heng waved his hand, and the sky above changed. A phantom of a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Zhen Biyu. Heavenly Tao? How is that possible? She thought with some horror. Chapter 820, Feng Heng vs. Zhen Biyu, 6. Zhen Biyu felt a deep dread rushing into her soul as she believed Heavenly Tao had detected her actions and chose to punish her for her actions. Such a situation was the worst result and something she had dreaded for countless eons. Calm down, she thought, using her willpower to control the fear in her mind. This body is only a clone with all my memories and experience. With the reincarnation clock, the clone's karmic connection with me can be hidden even from Heavenly Tao. And even if I were detected, would only lose another clone. Emperor Fiveheart completely controlled a chaos treasure, the reincarnation clock. With it, she has participated in countless heaven will battles and raised her cultivation to 49% Grand Tao source. Such progress was extremely fast compared to the best geniuses in the upper dimension. Although she had to remain sealed in one place for billions of years, it was better than experiencing the danger in the upper dimension. After calming down, Zhen Biyu could take time to analyze Feng Heng's attack. With her vast knowledge and experience, she realized the core of this attack, karma backlash. He noticed I had a deep connection with Heavenly Tao and owed the latter great karmic debt. So, he used a technique that stimulated karmic backlash from Heavenly Tao. Zhen Biyu sighed. She has participated in countless heaven will battles in many world communities throughout multiple eras. However, she had never seen a generation so full of unparalleled talent. After the cleanup, her clone awakened all her memories, essentially turning the previous Zhen Biyu into a clone of 5 hearts. As such, she also took time to learn and assess this generation's heaven chosens. As such, she realized how terrifying this generation was. There were so many people who easily broke the mortal-immortal boundary. Things like Di realm, which are so rare, became the bare minimum to be considered a heaven chosen. The 9 Extremity Foundation, which might not appear during an entire era, had more than one person. Emperor Fiveheart usually liked when her clones appeared in a prosperous generation. With her memories, her clones can reach the limit of power, 7 leaf. However, if everyone in her generation were as weak as chickens, she could not display such a level of strength. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao will immediately notice the anomaly and destroy her clones at all costs. As such, most of her successful clones won using only quasi-emperor strength, and only a few generations could she use the power of immortal leaf. And this generation is only the 3rd time she could use 7 leaf strength, and she thought she could easily win like the first time. She was guaranteed to win as long as she was careful and not schemed against like the second time. Unfortunately, this generation was too scary and had too many monsters. No, there were monsters who other monsters feared. After figuring out this fact, Emperor Fiveheart was briefly entangled. She knew this battle could give birth to a pseudo-eternal clone. Fiveheart was nothing but a second-class emperor. As such, she cannot become an eternal emperor using her clones. The heaven will and proving the Tao is the domain directly under Grand Tao's control. Her chaos treasure cannot hide under the latter's nose. However, Grand Tao rewarded her diligence, luck, and ingenuity, allowing her to cast her Tao will, turning her into a pseudo-eternal emperor. As such, Fiveheart hoped to cultivate another pseudo-eternal clone and see if she could benefit. However, after thinking about the anomalies of this generation, she decided she would not have high hope. She will not give up, but she will also not have high expectations for the final outcome. Subsequently, Fiveheart also chose to go after the luck of Taoism to make up for her loss in this battle. Karmic Flame Pillar. Jinbiyu created pillars made of flame, containing the power of karma. She used karma to deal with karma. Jinbiyu's Sea of Consciousness. Someone had a cube floating above their heads, looking at Jinbiyu's primordial spirit. This person was one of Fiveheart's clones that revolted against the main body. She was the one who made a deal with Wang Wei. After so many years, she has no change in the slightest, thought the clone with a sneer. She despised her main body, living in constant fear. After shaking her head, she continued to plan. Feng Heng is a master of the mind, giving him an advantage over her flawed mind. And with his current displayed strength, her chances at winning are low, unless she has some truly powerful hidden trump card. After reincarnation, she had to erase most of her memories from Fiveheart to lessen her cause and effect connection with the latter, meaning she had no idea of her main Buddhist trump cards. After losing, her power will be at an all-time low. I can take this opportunity to subdue the second personality and return her to her pure heart state. She did not want to lose such a cultivation talent. The only problem is the main body. She would never allow clones to exist due to our threat. Just like Fiveheart can absorb the clones to increase her cultivation, they can also absorb her and reach the sky with a single step. I hope Wang Wei can keep his word and help me deal with her, she analyzed. She frowned before focusing on a more significant issue. This whole world is watching this battle, and the main Buddhist behavior should have exposed her identity. The clone did not think the five-element balance palace would not notice the main Buddhist anomaly. By now, many people should have guessed something. If possible, I would love to keep my identity as heir. The main body understood better than anyone else the advantage of having a strong background. I could make it look like someone possessed the body, but the pure heart personality was not completely gone and resisted. And with the defeat at Feng Heng's hands, she took the opportunity to resurface. She contemplated the feasibility of this approach. It could work. However, the palace would not trust me as much as they used to, unless my strength reached a certain level or I could bring them benefit. The clone could think of an easy way for her strength to reach such a level, absorb the main body. However, doing so would cut off my path of becoming an eternal emperor. She squinted her eyes. The best outcome is to seal the main body and absorb it later after proving the Tao. However, such a method would require outside help. And I doubt Wang Wei will help me to such an extent. She understood that Wang Wei only needed to cut off her connection with the main body to pay his karmic debt to her. As such, helping her beyond that level would require compensation. Her chaos treasure is not enough since, in our deal, it was already decided it belonged to him. They agreed this treasure belonged to him when she made a deal with him, although not directly stated. As such, she cannot use it as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is the issue of strength. If he decides to go back on his words or even use force, there is nothing I can do. The clone knew Wang Wei was not this type of person, so she chose to make a deal with him without any contract or oath as a restraint. She believed in her judgment, so she used this tactic to deepen their relationship and encourage the development of trust. However, people can easily change, especially after acquiring power. With Wang Wei's Tao heart, he should not drastically change after proving the Tao. Regardless, he will still change. She immediately concluded she could not entirely rely on him. So, the best plan is to prove the Tao and become an eternal. Then, track down the main body and absorb it. This plan sounded simple, but there were too many problems. The first of which is how to prove the Tao. The clone did not want to seal herself for countless eons to wash away her karma. Such a long period is enough for too many variables to occur, including the main body detecting her presence. So, how can I prove the Tao as swiftly as possible? Countless thoughts flashed in her mind. The only way I can think is to ascend to the upper dimension. However, how can I get my hands on the main body if I do that? Ascension would require a Tao ancestor to take a mortal like herself. She cannot rely on the people from the sect since they are all restricted by the factions Chi Luk and cannot leave on their own. So, she would need to get the help of a loose cultivator Dao ancestor with the desire to ascend. With careful planning and calculations, I should be able to find someone. The issue is the main body in the lower dimension. Could I force her to ascend using our connection? Chapter 821, Feng Heng vs Jin Biyu, 7. Feng Heng calmly looked as his opponent dispersed his opponent. His mind was not entirely focused on this battle. He sensed two gazes calmly watching this battle, and he could guess these two's minds. They won't let hide anymore. Has my heaven-will battle come to an end? Thought Feng Heng, with extreme calmness. Buddhism has three poisons: greed, hatred or aversion, and ignorance. With his deep dharma, he can control his three poisons, especially his greed. Of course, it also helped that his emperor path was not over. Heavenly Tao owed Buddhism great karma for their destruction. So, as long as he uses his heart of hope, adding his merit of reviving Buddhism, Heavenly Tao has to condense another heaven will for him. To be precise, true Heavenly Tao has to do so since the myriad Emperor worlds Heavenly Tao has already used too much world source to condense this generation's destiny and heaven will. Although I can no longer continue this battle, there is still a way I can benefit, pondered Feng Heng. The five-element balance place holds some part of the Qi luck of Taoism. The palace is the origin of Taoism in the myriad Emperor world, so even if the Tai Profound Gate replaced them as the leader of Taoism in the world, they could not strip them of all their Qi luck. Jin Biyu is the heir of the place, thus connected to their Qi luck. As long as I get my hands on her, I can further strengthen the destiny connection between Buddhism and Taoism. After making a decision, he decided to go all out and end this battle as soon as possible. He did not know what those two were planning. And if he was not careful, the best-case scenario would be to become someone's chess piece, and the worst outcome would be his death. Feng Heng clasped his hands together, and his face full of compassion was replaced by a terrifying serenity. By now, no one would believe he was a peace-loving monk, showing how seriously he was taking things. In this battle, Feng Heng enjoyed using Buddhist spells and techniques. After all, this battlefield was no longer influenced by the absolute beginning magic. However, his Buddhist methods were not his best killing tools. Boom! Jin Biyu suddenly exploded before crashing on the ground like a meteor. Her landing created a crater more than 100 meters deep. What is going on? She could not hide the confusion she felt. She did not see her opponent move, open his mouth, or even sense any law fluctuation. Without any reason or explanation, a potent attack landed on her, and she suffered serious damage. Even her passive damage barely reduced some of the attacking potency. Bang! Another indescribable attack arrived again. Jin Biyu protected herself with a five-element shield, but it was useless. The left side of her body was missing, and she looked as if some terrifying creature had taken a large bite out of her body. The phantom of a tree appeared behind her, and Jin Biyu's body glowed with green light. In an instant, her body returned to its peak state, leaving only her tattered clothes as proof of her previous predicament. Swish! Jin Biyu's danger sense took control of her body as she moved aside. Her action resulted in something cutting off her left arm, but she avoided being split into two from the middle. What kind of weird attack is this? She used all her experience to calm down and analyze the situation. Unfortunately, her face suddenly changed as she sensed something else. Jin Biyu discovered she could not heal her missing arm. Feng Heng's D realm cancelled hers out, preventing her from healing. However, this was not the main issue. She sensed a power that would revert her body to the previously damaged state every time she healed. The law of time? No, that's the law of absolute beginning. Jin Biyu encased her body in a deep black rock. However, this rock was not ordinary. Her technique was a simple condensed rock, however, she pushed it to the extreme. She generated enough earth to create a continent on par with a smaller heaven-will world. Then, she condensed all that continent into a rock sphere using unparalleled pressure. The defense of this rock is even greater than the hardest metal armor she previously created. Sadly, it was useless. Feng Heng's next attack removed the side of her head, showing the half-destroyed brain. Luckily, she is a mighty cultivator. Her body was baptized by the law, generating a vitality, unlike any mortal. So, even with a half-destroyed brain, she can still survive for a while. Absolute beginning, she muttered Jinbiyu as her eyes became bright as she remembered some of the Taoist scriptures she had read. If you revert the world to its absolute beginning, then we will reach the time of nothingness. But nothingness is formless, cannot be seen, detected, and is infinite. She understood the core of this technique. Feng Heng used absolute beginning Tao to control one of nothingness characteristics, formlessness. As such, his attack has no form and cannot be detected. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to myriad things, chanted Jinbiyu. One of the first myriad things between heaven and earth is the 5 elements. When the world changed from formless state to a state of form or shape, the 5 elements were the cornerstone. Jinbiyu used the power of the 5 elements to access the power of form, the antithesis of formless. With this method, her mind entered a state where she could not see her opponent's attack. Furthermore, she also used Feng Heng's absolute beginning power to revert her wood elements to the purest form when heaven and earth were first born. And with this pure, even primordial wood element, she countered Feng Heng's power and healed her injuries. She's a worthy challenger, thought Feng Heng after seeing the brilliant method the enemy used to fight against his attack. After studying the Absolute Beginning Sutra, this technique was one of his greatest masterpieces. It's unfortunate he could not develop this technique to a higher level since that would require him to get involved in the taboo that is nothingness. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent as he continued his offense. He no longer used his formless attack since he knew Jinbiyu could detect and block it. Absolute end, Feng Heng waved his hand, and the surroundings changed. Everything turned white and black. Immediately afterward, Jinbiyu discovered the vitality in her body was rapidly decreasing. I am aging. She felt her lifespan was passing at an alarming rate. In a few seconds, she aged more than 100 years. She generated a 5-element shield around her, but the thing also aged before dispersing. All things must eventually reach their absolute end, she thought. Incarnation of Earth, Jinbiyu's body changed as a yellow aura emanated, followed by the earth mark on her forehead. Heaven and earth must eventually come to an end, however, they also have a terribly long lifespan and won't reach their fate after billions of years. With this technique, she embodied the earth itself, thus temporarily granting her a lifespan of billions. I can delay his technique with this method, but it's not enough, thought Jinbiyu with a frown. Certain Taoists are more powerful than others and give people advantages. And the absolute beginning end Tao that touches on time Tao can overwhelm her 5-element Tao. So, when she meets someone on a similar level as her with such potent Tao, the situation will become difficult. She needs to use her ingenuity to push her Tao beyond normal boundaries. I should not be as passive, thought Jinbiyu as she decided to use some of her trump cards. Bang! Their dimension began to tremble as a towering tree manifested behind Jinbiyu, shocking Feng Heng and many people watching this battle. A high-level and mature world tree? Thought Feng Heng. World tree is one of the few spiritual plants with no grade and is purely based on how much it is developed. Furthermore, high-level world trees are sought after by both mortals and immortals. And that's because it can cultivate insurgents. Immortal venerables wish to fuse with it so their bodies can store an immense quantity of immortal qi. Meanwhile, Tao ancestors want to plant world trees into their inner world to become equal to great emperors. As long as they succeed, the world tree will allow them to use their inner world to control the grand Tao source to the same level as great emperors. Furthermore, world tree is a growable type of resource. As long as the tree continues to develop, it's possible for a person to remain an insurgent after becoming a Tao ruler and Tao monarch. In the upper dimension, most things that make a person an insurgent at Tier 10, Great Emperor, will be useless after reaching Tier 11, Empyrean, let alone Tier 12, Paragon. However, world trees are of the few resources that can accompany a cultivator for all their lives. Danger sense. Feng Heng swallowed countless pills from his space ring before using numerous healing methods to soothe his situation. Regardless, his expression remained paler than paper. After regaining a little bit of strength, he focused on the captured Jin Biyu. However, after observing her for a few minutes, he frowned. She's no longer connected to the 5-element balance palace's chi luck. In a very short time, he understood the situation. Jin Biyu's behavior during this battle alerted the leaders of the palace. So, they did not hesitate to remove her status as the sex heir and disconnect her connection with the palace's chi luck. Will all my effort be in vain? Thought Feng Heng with a deep frown. He knew he could not stay long on this battlefield and accepted this fact. However, he also wanted to benefit, even if only a little. But now, it appeared his plan was a failure. Not necessarily, thought Feng Heng as he thought of something. He waved his hand to summon a golden lamp. The lamp released the power of an emperor artifact before sealing the 5 feathers and the seal. Without hesitation, he placed them away. Most people will not easily take another faction's emperor artifact since they are connected to their chi luck. These luck-connected artifacts are almost unusable. Furthermore, emperor lineages did not care if they lost foreign artifacts but would not hesitate to start an emperor Dao war for their luck-connected artifacts. However, Feng Heng did not care. His Buddhist sect is well hidden and inaccessible to the 5-element palace. Secondly, he can use these artifacts to replace Jin Biyu's function, accessing the chi luck of Taoism controlled by the palace. Lastly, he will soon become an eternal emperor using the Heart of Hope. As such, he has no fear of the palace and even hopes they will start an Emperor Dao war. War is the fastest way for any factions to rise and establish themselves. And if necessary, he would use it to declare the return of Buddhism to the world. With him at the helm, Buddhism can easily step on the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element balance palace to establish its supremacy. He knew this plan was certain except for 2 uncertainties. The first was the reaction of the Taoist faction in the upper dimension and the intervention of whoever proved the Tao in this generation through this battle. Furthermore, the real identity of Jin Biyu might be valuable. She knows so many secrets, and I could learn many things from her. His gaze focused on her, preparing to seal her away. However, Feng Heng hadn't reacted when a portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Jin Biyu's body. Gone. Did any of them take action? He denied this possibility as he did not sense any of their powers. Additionally, his eyes detected an anomaly somewhere deep in Jin Biyu's sea of consciousness. Sadly, he thought she was incapable of revolting, so he lowered his guard and did not pay too close attention. Now that I think about it, there was a problem when she tried to remove all her fear and flaw. Now that the battle ended, he noticed many previous issues. Alas, he did not have time to ponder this issue. Feng Heng felt one of these 2 gazes becoming rather impatient. So, he did not hesitate to forfeit this battle, making him finally breathe properly. Somewhere else, Jin Biyu's old body appeared in a place full of forests. I'm finally in control, she muttered under her breath. She did not immediately move as she closed her eyes, accessing her sea of consciousness. There was a second primordial spirit, but it was in a poor state, to say the least. Furthermore, there were multiple seals on it to prevent movement or access to power. It will take some time to heal my injuries and process the main Buddhist memories. Jin Biyu's main objective is to return her pure heart personality to its previous state. Let's heal the injuries first. However, she did not move as she sensed 2 powerful gazes. One of them was a warning, while the other contained hidden killing intent. I forfeit, hurriedly said Jin Biyu, understanding what steps she needed to take to ensure her survival. So, as soon as she uttered these words, the gazes dissipated, and she sighed in relief. She did not immediately leave since she wanted to heal first. Furthermore, she also wanted to watch the clash between these 2 monsters. Eastern Quadrant, it seems things are heading in a positive direction, said Wang Wei with a smile. It seems you don't need my help anymore, remarked Wu Ming. That's not necessarily true. Wu Ming knew the latter was being polite. His role in this battle has become a hindrance. At this stage of this battle, Wang Wei will not trust him even as an ally. So, the best course of action is to leave to prevent any misunderstandings. Is our agreement still valid? Asked Wu Ming. Of course, replied Wang Wei. After the battle, we can negotiate the details. That's all I wanted to hear. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Amwa Ming did not hesitate before leaving the battle, leaving Wang Wei alone with his thoughts. This kid knows how to read the room, thought Wang Wei before observing the entire battlefield. At this stage of the battle, all the top heaven chosens were eliminated for one reason or another, leaving only a few people who survived by luck or hid on purpose. Wang Wei had the urge to act and clean up these remaining individuals before going straight to Tian. However, he did not act on his impulse. He had a plan for this battle. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over Tian as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, he still needs them to clear the traitors for them. The traitors, muttered Wang Wei, looking at the northern quadrant. Let's be patient. He closed his eyes to adjust his state. However, he opened them back less than 5 seconds later, gazing intently at the north. Without hesitation, he teleported to the northern quadrant to the location of the traitors. In front of him was a strange black mist that hid his visions and other senses. Wang Wei turned his head to look at someone 1,000 kilometers from him. Did you sense it? Why do you think I'm here? Replied Tian in his usual cold voice. What exactly do they have that can elicit a danger sense from us? Asked Wang Wei while looking at the mist. However, Tian did not say anything, his eyes focused on the mist. How about we work together to get rid of them, suggested Tian. Let's clean up the battlefield before our battle, Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, why not? Whatever trump cards they have, they must test it on one of us first. And I'm betting they will choose you first. That's not necessarily true. In their eyes, you are more of a threat than me. So, they will definitely attack you first. He investigated these people. And using the information he gathered from the deception trial, he deduced many things. According to his analysis, these people cared more about Wang Wei than him, hence why he made this decision. You might be right, said Wang Wei. But don't forget you assassinated their leader and failed. If he holds any grudge, you might be the first to be attacked. Tian quieted down since that was the truth. He did not fear whatever methods these people had. However, the fact his danger sense activated indicated that they might have a way to injure him. And if he is not in his best state for his battle with Wang Wei, his chances of winning will drastically decrease. Be more decisive, said Wang Wei. These people should have detected our presence. With every second wasted, more variables will appear. As such, he wanted to know Tian's answer to decide how to deal with these people. Very well, replied Tian, who concluded working together was the best choice for the current situation. But what about the issue of trust? We will make a grand Dao oath. I will choose the wording. Fine, replied Wang Wei, who did not want to bargain or argue with him. Time was of the essence. For a moment, Tian became suspicious of why he agreed so swiftly. He knew never to be careless when dealing with a Dao overlord. However, he also knew it was not time to be indecisive. So, he chose the word of his oath carefully and asked Wang Wei to go first. After taking a moment to ensure no issue, Wang Wei made the oath, followed by Tian. Then, they focused on the black mist. Any idea? Asked Tian. Let's just use the most direct method, brute force. Fine. And, too many people from my Discord have been asking for a team-up between these two. So, here you go. Shock. Damn it, how could they appear here? Said Parasite with an ugly expression. No one answered him as they were also perplexed. Did the weapon awaken their sense of danger sense? Asked Yuzhou. The weapon is an Emperor artifact, naturally containing the power to cancel cause and effect. Unless their strength were closed, they would never sense any danger, explained Designer. They all ruled out this possibility since it was impossible. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, as I said, due to the vast difference in power from the artifact, his intuition would be useless. Plus, if it was his intuition, why did Tian also show up? Could it be the result of their Emperor artifact? Asked Yuzhou. No one answered him as they looked at Designer for an answer. They are connected to their artifact as the leader of their respective factions. However, unless their artifact was a special one related to divination, calculation, or clairvoyance, it should not work. Everyone frowned as this answer was a partial one. They had no way to check whether this was the truth or not. "It's not time to ponder these things," said Parasite. "The main issue we have to figure out is how to deal with their attacks." "This might be a good opportunity," uttered Yuzhou. "We don't have to worry about searching for them, their actions have brought them to our doorsteps." "Designer, what do you think?" asked Parasite. "I would love to gather more energy for the weapon to ensure we can use a few more attacks. However, the current state is more than enough for our needs." "So, what is our strategy?" asked Tong Ruobing. "Why do we need a strategy?" "Just kill them with the spear," sneered Yuzhou, who remembered the humiliation he suffered during the cleanup. He could not wait to witness Wang Wei's death with his own eyes. "The spear needs a certain charging time," explained Designer. "We must channel some of its power into the array to prevent any variables. And maybe, we can try to trap them with it before striking." Designer suddenly looked at Parasite with sharp eyes. "Situation like this will prove Tong Ruobing's value." Parasite frowned, not hiding his displeasure. "How many times do I have to apologize?" "This is not the time for infighting," chimed Yuzhou, reminding them of the urgent situation. Designer coldly snorted before looking at someone next to him. "Yang Guowei, you're in charge of this node." He then pointed in another direction. "Binger, you're in control of this formation's node. Be careful since you will be under the greatest pressure." "No problem." Tong Ruobing took her position as designer and assigned each person a node to control the formation. Then, the group waited. Outside the black mist, Wang Wei observed the mist, analyzing it. He realized its only purpose was to hide all senses or prying eyes. "It's not a formation," he thought as his eyes pierced the veil of truth behind this mist. "It seems to be a strange life form." He had never heard of such a creature, so he concluded this fog was something from other world communities or something from the upper dimension. Although this method is weird and unknown, its overall power is still weak. Wang Wei then created a black hole that swallowed the black mist before him. Meanwhile, Di Tian waited for him to act as he observed. He squinted his eyes after noticing the latter only displayed peak 5 root strength. So, he followed him. He created an illusory world that also absorbed the black mist. With their effort, the fog dispersed in less than 5 minutes. The fog disappeared, revealing what was behind. Wang Wei saw a formation with a spear at the center. Then, he saw the people controlling the array, focusing on one person. "Tong Ruobing?" he asked, squinting his eyes. "I guess I should not be surprised." Of all the Heaven Chosens, Wang Wei always labeled her the most threatened since she was like him, willing to do anything for success. And with her high charisma, it's easy to get people's good grace and use them as pawns. Tong Ruobing did not say anything as she knew her life was at a precipitous moment. If she makes the wrong choice, she will die miserably. Although she has prepared for the worst-case scenario, no one would like to die if they had the chance. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Wang Wei did not pay too much attention to Tong Ruobing as he focused on the spear at the array's center. It was the source of his danger sense. An Emperor artifact? How could these people create such a thing? Better yet, why did Heavenly Tao allow these people to use this weapon? He immediately answered his question. These spies originated from a higher cultivation civilization, so certain things impossible for people in the lower dimension are not a big deal in the eternal ascension world. As for Heavenly Tao's non-responsive behavior to their actions that obviously break the rules? The answer is also obvious. Heavenly Tao raised the power ceiling of this battle because of Wang Wei and Di Tian's 10 Supremacy Foundation. In some ways, Heavenly Tao already decided the final winner would be between our 3 factions, analyzed Wang Wei. Although it seems unfair that the winner was already decided before the battle, Heavenly Tao's actions are the most correct. The moment Di Tian and Wang Wei succeeded in their 10 Supremacy Foundation, the final winner was between them. As for the spies, their existence brought hope to other Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Tao introduces new variables to this battle by allowing them to use this weapon. If the three parties manage to injure or defeat each other, the other contestants might have a slight chance of victory. Everything is about balance. Wang Wei summarized Heavenly Tao's core existence with these 4 words. What's the plan? Asked Di Tian through their divine sense communication. He was surprised these spies could create an emperor artifact, threatening his victory in this battle. Regardless, he knew his true opponent was Wang Wei. So, he chose to follow his lead to observe from the back. This tactic would reduce the risk of betrayal and allow him to respond appropriately in case something occurred. It's time to reveal our true strength, replied Wang Wei. He knew Tao ancestors' strength was not enough to deal with the array, so they must go all out. We will deal with them as swiftly as possible. What about the ownership of the spear? We can decide after we deal with them, replied Wang Wei. Fine. Boom. They released a terrifying aura, pressuring all 5 people behind the formation. Immediately, they felt their bodies, souls, and minds unable to move or think. They even felt the aura suppressing their Tao. Impossible, roared Yu Zhou. His unwillingness superseded the pressure the aura left on him. Of course, the spear's sentience played its role and provided some protection. No, 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 uttered Designer. That's impossible. 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 He lost all the vocabulary he cultivated after living for millions of years and repeated the word impossible like a broken record. It was one thing to create a weapon on par with a great emperor, but acquiring such power while still immortal was entirely different. Something like that has never happened in the history of the Eternal Ascension world. But now, he saw 2 people who succeeded. His mind could not accept such a thing. No, he refused to accept such a truth. And he was not the only one with this fierce reaction. Tong Ruobing was immobile as she had a blank look. The outside world blurred out as a single thought overwhelmed her mind. How could they be so powerful? Yang Guowei had a similar reaction as her, except less obvious as he closed his eyes to enter meditation to calm down. Parasite felt his Tao heart collapsing after sensing the aura of these people. Luckily, he was chosen for this mission for a reason, so he held on by biting his tongue, using the pain to distract his mind. They are probably using some kind of secret technique with terrifying side effects, said Parasite to rein the group's mind. Why, you're probably right, stuttered Yu Zhou. However, he knew these words were probably false because such a secret technique does not exist in the upper dimension. Even a paragon could not create such a technique. Tong Ruobing did not believe in these words. She has been in contact with the Origin Talisman, so she could sense a similar aura on Di Tian and Wang Wei. What should I do? Her mind was too chaotic to think properly or strategize. So, she activated a purifying mind talisman and used it on her sea of consciousness. However, even with this talisman, her mind could not properly calm down. What should we do now? Asked Yu Zhou. Designer, do you have any ideas? Asked Parasite, his complexion extremely pale. The world was in turmoil. The arrays used to watch the battle allow the viewers to sense things like aura and even law fluctuation. Heavenly Tao's purpose is to enable people to experience the battle and learn from it. This method is a great way to benefit the entire cultivation civilization. After all, the Heaven Will battle is a confrontation of the pinnacle geniuses of a generation. And what better way to learn than to watch these geniuses display all their abilities in a life-and-death battle? As such, after sensing Di Tian and Wang Wei's aura, the world was turbulent. Countless insurgents who were sleeping or cultivating woke up after learning this news. However, the world decided to wait before making a judgment, as this truth was unacceptable to them. They hoped, maybe, it was just the aura. Northern Quadrant, Designer was unresponsive to Parasite's words, his mind was lost in an endless void. Parasite yelled a few times with no response, so he shook him in an attempt to wake him up. Alas, his attempt was futile. La Sik Nan Ma, suddenly chanted Parasite, and a golden light emanated from his mouth before enveloping Designer. Finally, the artifact refiner's eyes regained their light. Buddhism's mind-purifying mantra, muttered Designer, who regained his spirit. Thank you. Now is not the time to be distracted. Do you have a plan? Designer took a deep breath to calm down, his mind rushing faster than ever. We will use the formation to trap them before using the most powerful blow possible, he said. Our only hope is to kill them in one fell swoop. Is that even possible? We might have a chance. But, what is it? I need your parasite core. Parasite paused briefly. His name was not just a title but also a part of his identity. He is a unique insect race in the Eternal Ascension world that can parasite on people's bodies and souls. He can control anyone with his parasites as long as their strength is not too far from him. His parasite bodies are like his clones. As long as one is alive, parasite can't die. The parasite core is the essence of parasite's ability and survival, the reason he can control trillions of people. Words cannot measure its value to his race. Fine, agreed Parasite without hesitation. He knew times were running out, and succeeding in this mission was more important. So, he vomited a small black ball that resembled a bee's net. Designer took the core and used the array to absorb it. Immediately, the core began to emanate a massive amount of energy. And not long after the process started, wailing voices echoed from this core. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who did not immediately attack after releasing his aura, watched everything calmly. How cruel, he thought calmly. He could see the thing Designer used contained the blood, energy, and soul of trillions upon trillions of people. The number of people dying from this core rivaled the population of the entire myriad Emperor world, if not more. His eyes changed, and he saw the fate and origin of these people. Parasite has his own territory in the upper dimension, and the size is even greater than the myriad Emperor world. And he planted a parasite on every resident of that territory, controlling them through the core. But now, these people were being used as sacrifices for this formation. Let's act, said Wang Wei, and he flicked his finger, using a simple flame-based attack. However, it did not matter how rudimentary or ordinary the attack was, its destructive capabilities reached a terrifying number once powered by his third-class strength. Di Tian followed suit by using a wind-based attack, using the power of the wind to synchronize and augment Wang Wei's flame spell. Crack. The sound of breaking echoed in this side of the cosmos as cracks appeared on the formation. Luckily for them, the cracks were small and healed in less than a second. Forget trapping them, said Designer with an ugly expression. Let's use the power of the core to augment the spear's capability. Will that work? Their displayed strength seems only 6% Grand Dao source. With the parasite core, the spear could reach 7, and maybe, 8%. What if they run away? Asked Parasite. Yu Zhou can use the soul tracking mark to ensure they can't evade. The soul race has few numbers, so they are very protective of their people. The soul tracking mark will appear on anyone who dares kill one of their members, allowing them to track them even to the end of the universe. But, argued Yu Zhou, we don't have time to waste. With each passing second, more cracks appeared on the array. And as soon as the parasite core can no longer provide energy, the formation won't last long. Alright, nodded Yu Zhou. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu everyone to their position, yelled Designer as he controlled the array. He channeled most of the energy from the core to the spear at the center, ready to strike the most powerful blow to these two. Boom! Parasite and the others stared in shock at what just occurred. Their mind was blank as they could not fathom such a thing would happen. You, he uttered, unable to describe his current emotions. Yang Guowei, you dare, he roared. Why wouldn't I dare, replied the heir to the Yang clan, not caring in the slightest that he had just annihilated Designer from the face of the universe with an attack. You dare betray us, screamed Yu Zhou. You won't get away with this. You and your father. Yang Guowei sneered in response, my father has always been the kind of person who does everything for power and survival. And I detest this about him. He looked at the two with mockery, he's the one who joined you, not me. Bang! Two powerful attacks landed for him. However, a rainbow shield surrounded Yang Guowei, protecting him. He ignored these two and turned his head. This should be enough to fulfill our agreement. Yes, replied Wang Wei. Very well, nodded Yang Guowei with a brilliant smile. Let me give you another meeting gift. He had control of one of the formation nodes, so he destroyed it, creating instability in the formation. Finally, Yang Guowei turned into a rainbow as he penetrated the void and left. Parasite and Yu Zhou tried to stop him but were soon occupied by the significant crack Wang Wei and Di Tian suddenly created in the formation. Damn it, cursed Parasite, who became the array's central controller after designer's sudden death. In this situation, he knew he needed to act swiftly to execute the plan. Otherwise, their mission will fail, and their fate will be worse than death. Gadu. Parasite felt a tremor before new runes suddenly appeared in the formation. His face turned uglier than a pig during mating season with no companion. He turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing with red eyes full of killing intent. The petite talisman maker ignored him as she used her knowledge to create a few more flaws in this array, drastically weakening it. Tong Ruobing did not know when Yang Guowei became Wang Wei's pawn, nor did she care at the moment. The only thing on her mind was that she needed to act as fast as humanly possible to ensure she could survive this situation or become public enemy number one. So, as soon as she finished, she activated one of her physical immortal talismans, Void-Breaking Talisman. A light enveloped her, and she disappeared. However, she was not alone as Tong Ruobing forcibly took Yu Zhou with her. Parasite felt anger and madness overwhelm his mind. He looked at Wang Wei and Di Tian, his eyes full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness. Since when did Yang Guowei betray us? The cleanup, replied Wang Wei. He contacted me to make a deal. Why? Didn't he explain? He's not his father. Is that so? Muttered Parasite, looking at the weakened core. He ignored the terrifying flame rapidly approaching him for a moment, focusing only on the two items before him. Then, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Die, he roared. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the remaining core and his own life to activate all the power from the spear. Boom! A terrifying light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, in less than a nanosecond, 99% of all matter, energy, and law in the heaven battlefield was annihilated. Was it a success? Asked Parasite with twinkles in his eyes. He did not care for his battle that had begun to disintegrate. However, his eyes soon became somber and listless. He knew if he had succeeded, he would have been the last one standing. Then, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to die and heal him before lowering the heaven will. So, the mission is a failure, thought Parasite. Maybe, it's better that way. Not long after disappearing, a perfectly intact Wang Wei appeared in the exact location. However, he was alone, but he seemed to expect this. At the last minute, he did not directly confront the attack. He knew better when dealing with people pushed into a corner. So, he chose to evade, and Di Tian followed in his footsteps. And now the problem was dealt with, it was time to finish things between them. Worldwide reaction, Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers, the headmaster, the immortals, and the insurgents watched this battle openly and secretly. And when the jet of flame and wind came out of Wang Wei and Di Tian, countless uncontrollable auras leaked out by accident. Words like impossible, unbelievable, and it's not true echoed throughout the entire academy. Although they were prepared, these teachers could not believe what they saw. We are living through a moment that will forever be ingrained in the annals of history, muttered Headmaster Songli, who used his willpower to suppress the shock he was currently feeling. Such an achievement is probably the first throughout the inception of the Myriad Emperor world, commented another teacher. The Myriad Emperor world? I reckon such a thing has never happened in the lower dimension. Even in the upper dimension, I doubt anyone has the same accomplishment as those two. The room became quiet as these words were probably true. This is not what we should worry about. The appearance of these two will change the current situation of the world. How should we deal with it? Asked a teacher with white hair and a long white beard. Don't we have Sushir? Headmaster, how is Sushir doing? According to teacher Qin Ju, she is still in her transition stage, replied Songli. Emperors would usually take a few years for their transformation into higher life forms. Although this fact is not absolute, it usually is. True Heavenly Tao designs the process to ensure all emperors across the lower dimension will appear around the same time and prevent them from interfering with other worlds' battles. So, based on the current battle, Songli predicted Su Shi's transformation would take some time since the martial hegemony world was too close to the myriad emperor world. Even if Su Shi returns, will it truly make a difference? Asked a young-looking female teacher. Why not? Those two already have emperor strength while still mortals. How powerful will they become after proving the Tao? The room once again quieted down as she was telling the truth. These teachers were knowledgeable and knew the foundation set in the mortal stage of cultivation would play a significant role after becoming emperor. You don't have to worry. The founder contacted us and told us to be on the good side of whoever proves the Tao in this generation, explained Songli, and if that does not work, we need to hide the academy until this generation is over. That's a good idea. Tai Profound Gate, the celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate, watched the battle. His Taoism realm has reached a high level, allowing him to remain calm and indifferent to most things. Even Feng Heng's betrayal did not elicit too much reaction from him. However, after seeing the attack of these two, his face remained calm, but his heart could not stop racing. He tried many techniques he knew to return his mind to a peaceful state, but all his attempts were futile. He heard a cacophony of sounds resulting from different reactions. However, the celestial master focused only on his mind and thoughts. At least, until someone said something that made everyone silence. The founder was nowhere near this talented, right? The Tai Profound Gate had a hidden pride from one of their deepest secrets. Their founder, the absolute beginning emperor, was a heaven chosen from the upper dimension. Their pride allowed them to calmly face the Tao opening sect, whose founder was the Tao father of the myriad emperor world. After all, no matter how much Qiyuan accomplished, it cannot compare to the background of their founders. However, two people shattered their pride today, and one originated from the Tao opening sect. This is not the time to care about these things, said the celestial master, an obvious tactic to change the topic. The gate's hidden pride is not something useless. The pride provided the disciples with confidence and a positive aura, which was very effective in their cultivation, battles, and even benefited their luck. So, he did not want this pride to be completely shattered. The celestial master is correct, said another elder. Wang Wei is the era's son, and the revival of Buddhism will grant him plenty of luck, destiny, and merit. If Feng Heng contacts him, the situation will worsen. They might already be in contact. Remember that secret faction that helped him escape the gate? Do you think they were his people? Who else? Not necessarily. We have many enemies, so it's normal if they wished Feng Heng to escape only out of spite and desire to see us suffer, argued another elder. You may be right, but my gut tells me it's him. No one answered him as this kind of thing was pointless to argue. What should be our next course of action? No one had an answer for a few seconds. We will contact the upper dimension, said the celestial master. We already tried that, and it failed. What makes you think they will respond now? Now, we have information that is valuable to them. You mean those two? Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Omeverion's eyes lit up. Yes, the appearance of a mortal with emperor strength is worth reporting. Alright, let's do it now to prevent new variables. 5-Element Palace, the rise of two myths, muttered the palace master of the 5-Element Balance Palace. He had regained his position less than a few hours ago. But now, he had to deal with this situation. Palace Master, what should we do? We need to accept the rise of Buddhism is as unstoppable as the arrival of this new era, said the Palace Master, his eyes glued to the screen of the formation. He also figured out the relationship between the era's sun and Buddhism. Is there really no way? We are not the Tai Profound Gate, full of hatred and enmity with Buddhism, explained the Palace Master. If we can accept their rise, we can use this situation to our advantage. Do you want to facilitate a war between Buddhism and the Tai Profound Gate? Yes. Normally, the newly developed Buddhism has no chance of winning. However, if the era's sun intervened, it's another story entirely. If this plan succeeds, we can take this opportunity to return to the central continent. The main problem with this plan is if the heiress son is not the final winner, added another elder. True, nodded the palace master. However, if Feng is smart, he should get the D-clan patriarch on his side using merit as bait. So, we only need to secretly facilitate the war between the two. That's a good idea. What about Jinbiyu? No one said anything, waiting to hear the palace master's decision. We have spent too much time and resources on her to let things go. We must bring her back and deal with whoever possessed her. The pure heart talent cannot be lost like that, let alone one with the 5-element balance physique. The group had just finished their decision when the battle situation changed. Parasite used all the power of the spear, killing everything on the battlefield. Are they dead? Asked someone with hope in their voice. Although these people have just experienced the birth of 2 mythical characters, no one wanted any of these people to prove the Tao, especially Wang Wei since he's from the Tao opening sect. Their existence is enough to change the political pattern of the myriad emperor world with their overwhelming talent and strength, and no one wanted the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful as it displayed in this generation. Sadly, the hopeful voice soon turned into a deep sigh as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up on different screens. Is Jinbiyu dead? Asked an elder. She's under heavenly Dao's protection, so nothing should happen to her. Go check her soul jade, said the celestial master. No need, suddenly said a melodious voice that rang throughout the room, making everyone present more respectful as they knew an ancestor had appeared. She's appeared, and they'll fetch her Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. A few minutes later, he received a talisman and left to meet one of the ancestors called Element 1. What's her situation? Someone did possess her, but only using memory infusion, said Element 1, a young woman dressed in all red clothes. So, can we save her? The memory injection method is quite ingenious, but it's not a problem to solve them. The palace master frowned as he always felt things were too simple. Are you sure she has no problem? I and many others checked, so you don't need to worry. That's good. Ancestor, what do you think of my plan? It's good that you can accept the rise of Buddhism, said Element 1. However, you must understand you're trying to scheme against an eternal emperor and not a common one. One wrong move, and you'll pay the consequences. So, should we just give up? The palace master was unwilling. Don't forget the heiress son is a Tao overlord. The palace master's face changed as he remembered the sex record on Tao overlords. I understand. You don't need to do anything. Feng is an ambitious person. He might start a war with the Tai Profound Gate even without your interference. Furthermore, the heiress son seems to have a grand plan based on how he acted during the human and demon preservation array meeting. If he is the final winner, we must wait for him to move before making any decision. Worldwide reaction, too. What about our artifacts? Asked the palace master. Element 1 was momentarily quiet. I tracked the imprint from them. And? They are deep into the western Pure Land. The palace master groaned. If that's the case, we might never be able to take them back. Feng goal is easy to guess, uttered Element 1. He wants to use the item to access Taoism's luck. As long as we prevent this from happening, the artifacts will soon become useless in his hand. By then, we can pay the necessary price to get them back. And if that doesn't work? We will offer a deal with the final winner to recover them. And if that does not work, we will start an Emperor Tao war with the new Buddhist sect. No emperor lineage can allow their Qi luck artifact to flow out, especially when they lost 2 of them. As such, the 5-element balance palace will do whatever is necessary to deal with Feng and his Buddhist sect. D-Clan, Di Tsong watched the screen before him, clenching his hands so hard that the power of law fluctuated in the surroundings. He had complete and utter faith in his son, believing nothing and no one between heaven and earth could prevent him from proving the Tao in this generation. His confidence reached an all-time high after learning about how Di Tian had 3rd-class strength. So, when his son told him Wang Wei was still a competitor to be wary of, he did not take it seriously. He thought his son was just being careful, which made him appreciate the latter more, as this showed he did not let his newfound strength get to his head. But now, as he watched Wang Wei display the most basic fire spell and feel its might on par with his son's wind spell, his heart was in turmoil. All his confidence shattered as he was overwhelmed by too many complicated thoughts. "Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," said one of the clan elders who knew about Di Tian's strength. "The Patriarch still has a higher chance of winning. Remember what happened when the Patriarch reached such a state. There were heavenly auspicious signs. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had divine punishment." The elder rushed his brain, putting many things together to reassure the old Patriarch and the other people of the clan. "Yes, the great elder is right. Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," reassured another elder. "You don't understand," said Di Tsong, his face calm, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "Wang Wei is the son of Era, meaning he has fate, destiny, and luck on his side. With the same starting line and strength, his advantage will manifest." The elders knew he was correct. And before revealing their strength, most people who knew of Di Tian's real strength did not believe in him to be the final winner because of his lack of destiny. If the Patriarch had an overwhelming advantage in power, then he could easily ignore Wang Wei's destiny as the son of Era. Unfortunately, the playing field has been leveled, and the slightest difference might give one person an advantage over the other. "Old Patriarch, what can we do?" Di Tian was aware of this, so he should be prepared. "The only thing we can do is wait. Heaven will battlefield, fire layer." Feng Heng did not leave after forfeiting. He wanted to watch the battle between them. So, he watched how Di Tian and Wang Wei dealt with the fog, released their aura, and used the Emperor Tier attack. "Ba," chanted Feng Heng repeatedly in his mind, trying to calm down. After a few seconds, he barely managed to regain his bearing. It is the greatest misfortune of any heaven chosen to live in the same generation as those two. He sighed deeply before choosing to leave. He felt his Tao heart might be affected if he stayed any longer in this place. Furthermore, his intuition warned him of great danger. So, he asked Heavenly Tao to send him out. And to his delay, he appeared before the entrance of the Western Pure Land. Without hesitation, he headed into the inner core. He needed to meditate and calm down before using the Heart of Hope. His current state was not the best to prove the Tao. Ancient Clan, a meeting occurred amongst a few of the insurgent of the Ancient Clan, to be precise, the clans who knew about the actual plan of the Ancient Clan. "Why is it always the Wang clan?" roared one of the members, his voice containing unwillingness. "Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu I told you when suppressing the luck of their clan, it might be transferred to the other branch. The Wang Ancient Clan had 3 great emperors since the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously disappeared. Many members believed they died due to the bloodline imprint, but only the members of this meeting knew it was them who acted and killed these 2. And the reason was to suppress the luck of the Wang clan. All their families were ancestors of one thing or another. However, the Wang clan was the ancestor of acquired lives cultivation system in the myriad emperor world. Such luck and destiny were enough for their family to become too powerful, even after the split of bloodlines. So, this group suppressed them. "It doesn't make sense to be transferred since Qiyuan separated them," argued the previous voice. "There is no point in arguing," said a female voice. "We are here to discuss our next course of action. I say we sealed ourselves. We avoid this generation and wait for him to leave. That's not a bad idea. No matter how powerful the upcoming emperor is, he cannot stay in the lower dimension for too long. We can hide and wait until it's the right time." "I disagreed," said the Hua clan ancestor. "Oh, any reason?" "Sealing ourselves will make ourselves more suspicious," she argued. "We know the Wang clan emperor will change the environment. And since the world thinks that's our objective, we should be more active. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. No, she has a point. We need to appear as normal as possible. Otherwise, with the intelligence and cunningness of the Wang clan emperor, he will figure out our plan. I agree, we need to be secretly low-key while publicly acting as if we wanted the revival of the innate demon gods. How about we try to exile him to the upper dimension? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and sneered after seeing it was the elder who had hatred for the Wang clan. Elder Duan, don't bring your bias into this discussion. We need to make decisions that benefit the entire ancient clan. And my idea is one, argued Elder Duan. If we exile the Wang clan emperor to the upper dimension, we don't have to worry about anything nor need to seal ourselves. The last time these people exiled the heaven-devouring emperor, they needed Heavenly Dao's help and still lost countless immortals and insurgents. We also lost a few people. After thinking about the past, many people secretly gritted their teeth. The other factions forced their ancient clan to send people to participate. The Wang clan emperor has emperor strength while immortal. Can you fathom how powerful he will be after proving Dao? What makes you think we can exile such an entity? Not to mention, Heavenly Dao chose to help because the heaven-devouring empire was actively hurting the world. Do you think a chosen heiress son would do such a thing? Many of the elders admonished Elder Duan for suggesting something so asinine, making the latter's face become red in embarrassment and anger. Alright, let's change the topic. If anyone agrees with Elder Hua's suggestion, cast your vote. Most people voted in favor of this decision, and only a few voted to completely seal themselves and hide. Meanwhile, Elder Duan abstained from his vote. What about Huang? How do we deal with her? Let's not say anything until she becomes a 6-star Primarch, suggested Elder Hua. We don't want this news to affect her mind or Dao heart. After reaching such a height and transitioning her life form, she might better accept this information. Sigh. It's really a curse to live in the same generation as those two. True. Such talent did not happen even at the height of the war. During the Acquired Innate War, each side fought for destiny. And when Acquired Life was approaching victory, the destiny of Acquired Life was at an all-time high, giving birth to countless talents. But, even then, no such talent as heaven-defying as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up. The Wang clan will begin their third era in this world, and this time, it might be even more glorious than the previous two combined, said Elder Duan with a sneer as he gazed at the other clans. His words made everyone quiet and even awakened some thoughts deep in some people's minds. Worldwide reaction, finale. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei and Di Tian's power reveal had far more consequences than the two could imagine, affecting every faction, race, and religion of the entire myriad emperor world. The Sea race had a meeting with the top lineage. During this generation, the Dao opening sect began to intervene in the resources in the sea. And if their sect master proves the Dao in this generation, the situation will definitely worsen. So, they had a meeting to see if they had countermeasures. In the end, they used their final trump card, a sealed immortal sovereign. However, despite this decision, they were worried because of the potential displayed by Wang Wei in this battle. The Yin Moon Palace was quiet as they regretted how their heaven-chosen, Su Yan, ended. If she remained in this generation, there would be a chance to also shine on the battlefield. Additionally, they also worried about Su Ya's future. They don't know she will react in the future after learning of this news. With her talent and destiny from this glorious generation, breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal should not be a problem. They would lose tremendously if such news affected her Dao heart. The loose immortal alliance was more worried about the changes to the environment Wang Wei talked about with Wufeng Huang. Such drastic changes to the environment will lead to a redistribution of resources. And if they do not do something, the emperor lineages, emperor clans, and emperor races will occupy all the resources, leaving only grumps for the loose cultivators. So, they began planning how to get a piece of the cake in the future distribution. The Origin Weapon Mountain discussed the possibility of getting Chen Chen back. After all, he is a top heaven chosen that performed brilliantly in this generation. Although his appearance and personality change after using a forbidden technique, the mountain still has many ways to help him. Furthermore, as long as Chen Chen proves the Dao, he can fix his problem. Sadly, with the talent Wang Wei displayed and the strength of the Dao opening sect, they knew this was very unlikely to get him back. Regardless, they were willing to try. The Great Talisman City was discussing Tong Rubing's current predicament. They feared either of the final winners would blame her for allying with these traitors. Although Tong Ruobing now has plausible deniability with her betrayal and capture of Yu Zhou, this would change nothing if these two future Eternal Supremes chose to blame her. As such, they prepared to use Yu Zhou as a bargaining chip. Then, they also tried to contact the Star Beast world to learn whether Mu Lei proved the Tao and became an Eternal Emperor. With his support, things might proceed smoother. The Origin Rune Palace had mixed reaction. Wu Ming's faction or his family cheered as their patriarch allied and had an agreement with someone with such potential. Meanwhile, the other factions feared Wu Ming's rise in this generation. They did not want to lose their power and resources, but it appeared they might not have a chance. Lu Cheng, this generation's sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect, intensified his fear toward Wang Wei after seeing the latter's strength. If not for his wife's comfort, he might have developed heart demon. Simultaneously, he also began to relent on his headstrong opinion of not involving Wang Wei with the proving Dao pill. Meanwhile, his master, Yi Lao, was rejoicing in his decision to secretly ally with the Dao opening sect. He previously had reservations about dealing with such a powerful sect, so he kept their alliance a secret. But now, he began to discuss with the elders to intensify the alliance and make it public. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion lived in fear as they offended Wang Wei by giving his information to Di Tian, making him suffer. Although they removed their animosity during the Supreme Outlaw trial, their action only allowed them to have a neutral relationship with Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect. As such, they did not know how the latter would react, whether he would still hold a grudge. The pavilion is only an immortal lineage and cannot afford the tossing of these big wits. The Soul race immediately declared to the world that Yu Zhou was a traitor to their race and had been kicked out. They had no relationship with him and severed ties with him long ago. Then, they closed their race and chose not to appear for a few generations. Although they knew this approach would be useless if Wang Wei or Di Tian wished to take revenge, it was necessary to make their stand public and increase the chances of their race surviving. The Worshipping Dao Academy had a brief alliance with the Dao opening sect to deal with the Emperor Enlightening Academy after Bai Li changed the rules and cheated to deal with Wang Wei and Li Jun. The Dao opening sect even placed their Emperor scripture at outrageous prices in the academy to draw more loose cultivators and weaken the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This alliance was brief and temporary. But now, the upper echelons began discussing whether they needed a real and permanent alliance. The Eternal Dream sect has always been the Dao opening sect's most trusted allies. They supported each other for most things. However, in recent generations, this bond has not been as powerful as in the past. So, they decided to change this fact in this generation. Western Continent, a Devil lineage meeting, countless representatives of Devil Emperor lineage appeared before each other using a formation. Patriarch Mo, why did you call us, Rho Alpha D Alpha S N Nu I'm calling to discuss how to deal with our crisis. Crisis? What crisis? There is no need to play stupid, replied the patriarch of the Mo clan. If the D clan has an eternal emperor in this generation, he will definitely clean the Western Continent to increase their family's control of the Western Continent. But he might not win, argued someone else. And if he doesn't, the situation will be worse, replied Patriarch Mo. You saw how Wang Wei acted after he was influenced by Heart Demon. He saw us as the only things to vent his anger or gather merit. Furthermore, you should all know that our ancestor had the destiny to create a new era by culling the development of devil cultivators in the West. However, something went wrong, but this also meant his mission was not accomplished. Do you think this era's son will miss this opportunity to gather merit, luck, and destiny? The meeting became quiet as no one spoke. They knew Patriarch Mo was correct. In the past few eras, the devil cultivators have done too much. They allowed foreigners to intervene in the development of the Myriad Emperor world, which essentially meant they were traitors. Many factions were secretly influenced, controlled, or sponsored by the ancient clan, doing many shady things for them. They have done too much, and it's about time to pay for their actions. In other words, they were about to suffer a terrible karma backlash from heaven and earth. If they don't do something, their reign over the Western Continent might come to an end. No, even worse, the devil cultivators might reach the weakest period during the entire history of the Myriad Emperor world. What do you expect us to do? Asked one of the leaders. If your ancestor had succeeded in reviving, our situation might improve. But now, we don't have much of a choice. I have two solutions to our problem, said Patriarch Imo. The first is one to pull our resources together to cultivate an immortal sovereign in the shortest time possible. That's a good idea and all, but who will be that person? They were devil cultivators, pursuing power and strength at all costs. So, how could they use their resources to cultivate an immortal sovereign for a foreign competitor? We will have a competition to decide who is chosen. Plus, the chosen individual will sign the most restrictive contract and oath that they will no longer belong to one faction but serve as a protector for the entire devil lineage. No one said anything. This method was the most ideal, but most people wanted to use this opportunity to increase the strength of their factions. I know how you feel, but we are facing our eradication, continued Patriarch Imo, so, it's best to control your desires and consider your safety first. We can continue talking about this method. What is your other idea? We need to buy time while we cultivate the immortal sovereign Alpha D Alpha S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. That might work. Even the D clan will be powerless if we all work together. Although this method is good, it's too expensive. Although this method is a good idea, but the D clan will always be a major flaw in such a large-scale formation. For an eternal emperor, this flaw is more than enough. So, what are you suggesting? Since we are back into a corner, we act dangerously, Patriarch Imo sneered. You want to introduce foreign factions and emperors into this world? Li Jun versus Di Jiaying, I. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman before him, clad in black armor. If he could use a word to describe her, it would be heroic. She did not release any aura, but she had a commanding presence. Any man, woman, or race with a weaker mind cannot stay too long in her presence, let alone look her in the eyes. She was the embodiment of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Such a beautiful woman full of charm and charisma. What a shame. Only Li Jun knew whether he was referring to the fact they were on opposite sides and had to kill each other or that he no longer had the chance to court her. Or maybe, both. I have never slaughtered a tyrant before, said Li Jun calmly, with his proving Dao artifact transformed into a spear resting on his shoulder and his golden armor. But I have suppressed countless generals, replied Di Jiaying, her eyes not containing a single ripple. Is that so? Replied Li Jun nonchalantly. I've been wondering something ever since I saw you. Someone with your Dao and displayed personality, there is no way you would be willing to serve under Di Tian. So, why did you do it? How is that any of your business? Did he force you? I bet he forced you. You talk too much, said Di Jiaying, before turning into a blur and appearing before Li Jun. Boom. Her fist compressed the surrounding spacetime into a singularity before exploding. However, Di Jiaying was not happy as she gazed to her side, where the perfectly intact Li Jun calmly looked at her with a smile. How about you join our side? Continued Li Jun, I'm sure a woman such as yourself bears a grudge. Why don't you betray him as payback for what he did to you? Are you done? Asked Di Jiaying with an indifferent voice. Did I tell any lies? With his personality, I'm pretty sure he humiliated you in the process of subduing you. So, why not take this opportunity to take your revenge? Your mind games are useless, said Di Jiaying. Even if we had any problems, it's nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. Clan prosperity? In front of immortality, eternity, escaping the shackles of death, and standing above all myriad races and beings, what are clan values? Countered Li Jun with a sneer. Brothers and sisters, fathers and sons, mothers and sons, all have betrayed each other for the throne. But you're talking about clan prosperity. He did not hide the mockery in his face or eyes. Furthermore, do you think that ruthless monster will care about the D clan's prosperity? Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in my million years as a cultivator. Enough, roared Di Jiaying as she slapped her hands together, generating two suppressing forces similar to gravity that tried to squash Li Jun into meat sauce. However, Li Jun smoothly waved his spear in a semicircle motion, breaking Di Jiaying's power. Did I step into a nerve? He asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, to his opponent, this smile was outright disgusting. However, I am only telling the truth, continued Li Jun, look at you. You're a proud heaven chosen who had to seal herself for one reason or another. You probably planned to wake up at the appropriate time, prove the Tao and become a being that reigns supreme above heaven and earth. However, your clan discarded your request and personal wishes and woke you up to become a general to someone else. They did not care about the fact they ruined millions of years of your effort, forcing you to have to resuffer again. Panda's novel Combi Jiaying had fierce eyes as she released a suppressing potent enough to do catastrophic damage to a great thousand world. Crack. Li Jun's passive response to only create a red shield to protect him did not last long as cracks appeared all over the shield. Luckily, the shield barely managed to defend against this technique, but he also needed to reinforce it constantly. I heard the sealing process is excruciating, continued Li Jun with a tone that made people wish they would destroy his handsome face. I heard the endless loneliness is strong enough to destroy the hardest of wills, to shatter the most robust Tao heart, and render the most flawless state of mind useless. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Most people give up halfway before washing away their karma, giving up on their emperor path. However, you're one of the few who succeeded. And yet, everything was in vain. All your hard work and suffering for nothing. Di Jiaying's overbearing aura trembled slightly. She increased the suppression her technique was releasing. Immediately, Li Jun controlled all the molecules in his body to generate a terrifying vibrating force that countered her suppressing force. You're telling me, after enduring such grievance and maltreatment, you have no hatred, resentment, or complaints in your heart? You must be a saint or Buddha. No. Even the most righteous saint or enlightened Buddha would not experience such a thing and remain intact. Is this all you amount to? Running your mouth? Asked Di Jiaying with slightly red eyes. I just want us to have a heart-to-heart conversation before our match, said Li Jun, his smile never diminishing. Plus, I am a pacifist at my core. It would be best if I could prevent this battle. Di Jiaying took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Numerous uncontrollable thoughts flashed in her mind, almost overwhelming her spirit. However, a face with black and white hair and indifferent eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately shivered before using all her strength and willpower to suppress these thoughts and negative emotions. She opened her eyes, her pupil calm like an untouched lake. At least, it appeared as such. You want to have a heart-to-heart, then let's talk about you, said Di Jiaying, gazing directly into her opponent's eyes. You have spent your entire life in someone's shadow, overwhelmed by their brilliance and excellence. Soon, that person will become a higher entity with your help, and what will you get in return? Probably a grand Tao source seed as a consolation prize. He will then go on to become the brightest star in this world while you'll probably be stuck in this place, protecting his sect and family while your cultivation moves slower than a turtle. Your talent is no worse than any of this generation's most brilliant heaven chosen. So, why do you want to be someone else's guard dog? Why not forge your own path and shine your own light? Even if you don't succeed in the end, it's better than being a lapdog. Li Jun looked at her, shocked she would say something like this. As such, he could not react for a few seconds before his laughter echoed between heaven and earth. What's so funny? Asked Di Jiaying, her voice not hiding her anger. Li Jun did not answer and only shook his head. His future was bright as he was destined to prove the Tao in this generation. So, her analysis was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, how can such nonsense words break the bond he has with his big brother? The bond they created since childhood. Can I tell you a secret? Asked Li Jun. Then, he answered before she said anything. When we were 6, a bunch of kids wanted revenge against me and secretly placed a pill in my drink. Luckily for me, my big brother visited me that day and was the one who drank it. So, while we were playing around the forest, the pill took effect. And let's just say it cleansed his stomach. The pill acted fast, so he did not have time to run home and had to use the forest. I remember that day very much because of the terrible smell of that lingered like a resentful ghost. Ha ha ha. The situation then turned for the worse when a maid discovered our location, and I was forced to take the blame. That bastard, He tricked me into admitting it was my fault, talking about the reputation of the future sect master. Li Jun had a smile along with a look of reminiscence. Oh, how young and carefree we were. He then focused on Di Jiaying. Do you know why I'm telling you this? She did not understand. Our bond is not something you could possibly fathom. When I started my cultivation journey, I made an oath that my spear would eliminate all obstacles to his emperor's path. And I can tell you, even if he did not walk on this path, would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for him. And I know for a fact he would do the same. So, please do not insult our bond with your words. As soon as Li Jun finished these words, a bright, upright, and intense aura emanated from his body. His spirit had reached the ultimate state of readiness for this battle. Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying, 3. Heavenly Fire Thunder Meteor. Millions of meteors composed of fire and lightning elements fell on Li Jun with the intention of annihilating him. He calmly watched this extinction-level disaster descend upon him, and all Li Jun cared for was analyzing his opponent. He felt his body was inside a quagmire, making it impossible to move. Di Jiaying's technique was the ultimate version of a domain, and even though Li Jun had a passive domain surrounding him, he found himself restricted on all sides. Boom! He stabbed his spear and instantly vaporized all the meteors. However, his attempt seemed futile as Di Jiaying used an even fiercer spell, Frowny Face Elemental Calamity. In an instant, Li Jun found himself surrounded by the devastating power of the elementals. On his right were volcanoes hot enough to incinerate a body refiner of his caliber. On his left were massive wind tornadoes capable of shredding galaxies to shreds. Above his head was a massive tsunami, with each drop of water the size of a star. Below him was a pool of thunder so dense that it was liquefied. And those elements were only the first layer of attack. Awaiting Li Jun beyond them were millions of enormous yellow weapons, an imposing forest that was alive and desired to kill him, planets condensed by massive quantities of earth debris, and finally, 2 fields composed of light and darkness intertwining, forming a yin and yang grinding area. By enslaving heaven and earth, she has absolute control of the laws and can push their boundaries of power. She can even be considered a pseudo-heavenly Tao. What a potent technique. Element killing. Li Jun twirled his spear, releasing a terrifying power that could kill all matter, energy, and even concept, and he chose the elements. So, one by one, the power of fire, earth, water, metal, wood, light, darkness, wind, and thunder ceased to exist as they were killed. My tyrant ultimate domain has little to no effect on him. Does he have such deep control of his Tao? Thought Di Jiaying, who knew the weakness of her technique. Destruction energy wave. A dark purple energy wave emanated from her body, traveling at an incomprehensible speed toward Li Jun. The latter responded by stabbing the wave. No, something is wrong. Li Jun reacted swiftly as his senses detected an anomaly the exact moment the tip of his spears touched the wave. Wish. Li Jun disintegrated as if he had never existed between heaven and earth. His body, soul, and Tao were destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying battle instinct, thought Di Jiaying, who knew his opponent was not dead as he used a blood substitute at the last minute. To be precise, in less than a nanosecond, the tip of his spear touched the wave. He detected he could not block the attack and took countermeasures to survive. And as expected, Li Jun's perfectly intact body reappeared after less than a second after his supposed death. An interesting use of destruction Tao, he analyzed. Di Jiaying's technique has its limits, one of which is when using certain outlaw laws like destruction, she has to use law resonance to use their powers. He used his killing Tao to destroy the wave. However, upon coming into contact with it, he realized this technique was more complicated and unique than he originally concluded. Di Jiaying fused all the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, etc., focusing on the destructive aspect. With this method, she created a pseudo-destruction power derived from the elements before supplementing them with destruction law through resonance. However, Li Jun's spear only targeted the concept of destruction but failed because of the elemental nature of the wave. As such, his attack only weakened the attacking potency of the wave by a slight margin, and he needed to defend himself from most of its power. His Tao is refined and can target and render all my laws useless, analyzed Di Jiaying. Such an opponent was the nemesis of her domain. Her mind worked at an alarming speed. There is only one way to deal with such an opponent: Power Tao. Power Tao is the law that breaks 10,000 laws. That is the essence of the Power Tao: break everything in its path with sheer force. Di Jiaying knew she was physically weaker than Li Ju, so she had another method. With her control of heaven and earth, she controlled the power law to drastically increase her physical prowess. Fist of Power. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Kamshi clenched her fist and punched forward. Boom! The entire central quadrant shook due to sheer physical force. That power almost reached the level of infant fiend god force, thought Li Jun with squinted eyes. He knew he could not clash head-on with her, so he evaded her fist. Unfortunately for him, physical prowess also equated to speed. Di Jiaying used the Power Tao to bless her legs. So, with quadrillion upon quadrillion of force, she catapulted herself forward, reaching a speed that cannot be processed by the mortal mind. Boom! Panda's novel. Calmly June flew thousands of light years away before stopping, blood dripping from his nose, mouth, and ears. He would have died in that attack if he did not redirect most of the force. But even so, his internal organs and bones were heavily damaged. D realm? And it's level 9 like me, analyzed Li Jun. Luckily, it does not seem unique, and her application is subpar. Over the years, Li Jun discovered he lacked the talent for the D realm. Most geniuses had things they excelled at, and only a few, like Wang Wei and Wu Hong, were perfect cultivation geniuses that were good at anything they tried. Li Jun had accepted this fact since he knew his talent, battle. He could say with the utmost confidence that his battle instinct was the best in this generation, and his big brother would agree with him. However, despite his lack of talent for the D realm, he still reached the 9th stage. And that's because he used a simple and effective method: practice. He spent years practicing and learning from Wang Wei, who learned from Wu Hong. As a result, he achieved the 9th stage of the D realm, with the only downside is his D realm was not special like those people who made more than one of their cultivation realms unique. After a few tries, he effortlessly removed the influence of her realm and tried to heal his injury. But of course, Di Jiaying was not about to give such time. She rushed forward and punched for the second time. Learning from her mistake, she concentrated the force behind her attack to prevent her opponent from redirecting it. However, something different happened as her fist landed. Li Jun exploded into a colossal river of blood and trapped Di Jiaying in a blood prison. Such a technique could not restrict her, given her current strength. However, Li Jun only wanted to buy himself some time. Another body appeared not far from her. So, when Di Jiaying escaped her prison, she only saw Li Jun stabbed in the void. Then, everything turned black and white for a brief moment before returning to normal. What did he do? She did not have to wait long to get the answer. Killing myriad laws, she commented with great shock as she sensed her technique was broken. No, it was rendered useless. With one spear, Li Jun destroyed all the laws in the central quadrant and surrounding areas. With the destruction of the laws or the fundamental rules of the battlefield, water no longer boiled at 100 degrees Celsius or froze at 0 degrees. The speed of light was 299,792. 458 meters per second, the laws of thermodynamics ceased to exist, no spiritual chi existed between heaven and earth, the concept of creation and rebirth ceased to work, and even fate's control of the area stopped functioning. Di Jiaying could no longer control the laws of heaven and earth, and law resonance was now impossible to be used on this battlefield. And Li Jun did not stop after using that attack. He took the opportunity to completely heal and also take advantage of the fact his opponent's powers had stopped working and did not fully transition to using a new technique. He gathered the power of death on his spear and threw it with unparalleled force. Boom! Di Jiaying released her suppressing force to delay the advancement of the spear. Unfortunately, the death chi gathered on the spear brought death to anything on its path. So, the best result she accomplished was reducing the power behind the spear by a few %. Crack. The sound of something breaking echoed in the void as cracks appeared in her immortal tier armor. Alas, she did not care as she succeeded in protecting herself, at least, it appeared so. No, this was a trap, a distraction. Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying, v. Suppressing Emperor Momentum. Momentum, another name sometimes used for aura, can be used in various ways. And Di Jiaying created a method or technique based on it that is unique to her. Throughout history, no mortals could be said to have defeated an emperor, no matter the circumstances. After all, although Emperor Three Leaf sealed his power to be the same before he proved the Tao, it did not change the fact he was a higher being. He had seen the higher existence of the law or Tao. Even with the same strength as his past, his understanding and control of Tao were the same. But, even then, he still lost to Di Jiaying. Her victory against such an existence gave her unparalleled pride, confidence, luck, and destiny. Why did Di Tian choose someone with a tyrant or overlord Tao as his general? Why not choose someone with a war or more military-based Tao? Or, just someone extremely powerful and talented? Everything in the universe is connected in one way or another. Di Jiaying's victory a million years ago gave her the destiny necessary to become a heaven chosen that broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. As such, although it seemed she wasted all her effort, it was not the case. Di Tian waking her up was a fortunate encounter manifested due to her increased luck and destiny after defeating Emperor Three Leaf. Now, Di Jiaying had the Tao foundation of an eternal emperor, even an eternal supreme. As long as she can wash away her karma and prove the Tao, she's guaranteed a bright future ahead of her. Luck and destiny were among the many benefits she received after that victory. Many cultivators try to walk the path of invincibility, and the talented ones can acquire a terrifying aura that can help in battle. And it was the same for Di Jiaying. The essence of her tyrant Tao is that she is above all living things in heaven and earth, suppressing them with her supreme might. And by defeating or suppressing a great emperor, she acquired an aura on par, if not greater, than the aura of invincibility. So, after activating the aura, she released a terrifying suppressing power to the surroundings. Anyone near her felt like they had the gravity of more than 1 trillion supermassive black holes bearing on them. But this was not over. A blood-red bead came out of nowhere and floated above her. Tao Rhyme emanated from the bead before entering Di Jiaying's sea of consciousness, drastically increasing her aura. This bead is not one of the Di clan's emperor artifact, analyzed Li Jun as he felt the potent force bearing on him on all sides. If not for his steel-like will, his mind would also probably be suppressed. More importantly, I wonder whether this is her last trump card? He swiftly contemplated. The power displayed by this technique had already reached the peak of 8 Leaf. No, I don't sense any desperation from her yet. She must have something else in her sleeve. With this analysis, he decided what tactic to use to deal with his opponent. Then, a mysterious wave emanated from his body, reducing much of the suppressing power bothering him. Even my eye of killing doesn't work? Wang Wei once created an eye technique based on an anime from his past he called the Eye of Death, that allowed him to see death lines on his opponent's body. And by attacking these lines, he can kill them. Li Jun was intrigued and created his version of the Eye of Killing. Sadly, the technique did not have the desired outcome. When meeting an opponent of equal power, attacking the lines will only increase the damage taken but not directly kill the opponent, unless very specific lines are attacked. As such, the two turned the technique to work similarly to the yin-yang eyes, where they can see lines on most techniques, similar to flaws, and attack these lines to destroy or weaken them. Suppressing hand, Di Jiaying waved her hand to focus all the suppression aura she released into one spot to increase its potency. And that spot was Li Jun's location. Luckily, the latter reacted quickly and instantly moved out of the way. Di Jiaying did not give up and attempted several times to suppress her enemy. What a slippery little cockroach, sneered Di Jiaying as she gazed at him in the distance. I thought you were somewhat capable, given all your grand talk at the beginning of the battle. Li Jun could tell the latter was trying to rile him up. Unfortunately, someone trained him to be resistant to these kinds of taunts, and that someone is his big brother. Li Jun and Wang Wei are the two people with the most battle experience of this generation, even above old-timers like Di Tian and Feng Heng. And the reason is their dream battle technique. I think you should take a look at every single day since the creation of this technique. They divided their mind in two, and one part was always in a dream state, battling different opponents. The dream allowed them to simulate other opponents based on either knowledge of them or directly designing the capability of their opponent. Li Jun often fought with Wang Wei in that dream as his training. And one of these training was how to analyze the emotional state of the enemy and use words to affect their mind and spirit. And Li Jun has heard some of the vilest things from a human mouth that almost drove him crazy. In one of their simulations, he lost a battle without Wang Wei landing a single attack on him. The latter said so many terrible things that his anger reached a point that his soul burned itself. To Li Jun, his big brother's mouth is one of the greatest weapons between heaven and earth. Luckily, he still has some shame and cares about his reputation, so controlled his mouth. Panda's novel, calm, a little too petty, aren't we? You should fix that character flaw of yours, replied Li Jun nonchalantly, making Di Jiaying's mouth twitch. Freedom robbing fist, speed, Di Jiaying rushed forward and punched him. Li Jun's tactic was to delay time until she could no longer bear such power. So, he prepared to dodge most of her attacks while also analyzing her aura to see if he could seal with it. However, his attempt failed this time around. As his opponent's fist approached him, he felt his body become challenging to respond or move. Even his nerve, mind, and soul reaction was drastically reduced. This power, it feels so familiar, was his last thought before condensing a metallic blood shield to protect him. Boom! His shield did not last even a second before he flew into the distance, crashing into one of the few pieces of debris remaining after Parasite used the spear's power. Luckily, the shield he created was not an ordinary defensive capability. He made it after studying the turtle shell's emperor scripture and other skills and techniques. He condensed the power of trillions upon trillions of shields from an army of infinite size. What a terrible blow, groaned Li Jun after feeling the destruction of his bones and internal organs. And that attack, it's similar to Big Brother's Freedom Dao. She took away my freedom, no, right to fast speed. Di Jiaying's aura made him feel like he was in a quagmire. And after she took away his speed, it was inevitable that her attack worked, and she suffered. Bang! Spacetime fluctuated as Di Jiaying went for a second punch. And this time, she went all out, intending to kill. However, to her surprise, her opponent evaded the attack with his pitiful speed. What's going on? She tried for a third attack, and it was still a failure. He seems to be using a brilliant evading attack. She attacked again to strip his right to move or evade. However, Li Jun's technique was too superb, and her attempt failed. The caliber of his technique seems very high. As such, it's putting a lot of pressure on his body, mind, and soul, she swiftly analyzed. He should not be able to last long. However, the main question is whether he can last longer than I can. Meanwhile, Li Jun, using his ancestor's world-renowned evading technique, took this opportunity to heal his injuries. However, his mind suddenly paused for a brief moment that even someone of Di Jiaying's caliber did not notice. Wang Zhe's situation has reached a critical point. In that case, I need to hurry up and end this battle. His mind worked rapidly as he pondered how to quickly push her into a corner and use her last trump card. It would be ideal to defeat her before she did so, but he doubted he could succeed with an opponent of such a level. Li Jun vs Di Jiaying, 6. She is a domain-type fighter, using the environment to her advantage, analyzed Li Jun as his mind contemplated methods to deal with this type of opponent. Her technique reminded me of Shi Rulan from the Deception Trial. So, I should be able to use a similar method to deal with it. What does a tyrant fear? Or, who can stand up to the might of a tyrant? People who do not fear the tyrant, people who have the same strength and status as the tyrant. Boom! A mighty and noble aura suddenly emanated from Li Jun's body. And as soon as that aura appeared, the surrounding momentum faltered as its effect on him diminished to the point it was almost useless. Emperor aura? Thought Di Jiaying, who stopped attacking. The noble aura she sensed was similar to Emperor Three Leaf, so she immediately recognized it. No, it's more of an imitation. but it's more than enough to deal with my technique. What is the noblest and most supreme existence between heaven and earth? No, my momentum is designed to suppress emperors. How can it not work? As soon as she asked this question, she knew the answer. Emperor Three Leaf fought with her as a mortal in the end. So, the essence of her technique was flawed from the very beginning. The only way to perfect my technique would be if I had the same strength as these two. If she could break the boundary between mortal and great emperor, then her technique would reach unimaginable heights. Sadly, she knew such a thing was not possible. The real question is, how did Li Jun manage to even imitate the aura of an emperor? She was baffled. Of course, she did not know that Li Jun had to undergo many difficult trials in the sect to get access to immortal tier resources. And his main trial was to resist the killing aura emanating from the dead bodies of many immortals, including great emperors. After spending so much time resisting their aura, he can also imitate them to an extent. After removing the aura's effect on his body, Li Jun went for the kill. He did not hesitate to use one of his trump cards, the Di Realm. He held the spear in his hand in a throwing position. Boom! A streak of red light flashed in the void as it rushed toward Di Jiaying. Immediately, her sense of danger rose to the highest level. I will die if not severely injured, if this thing hits me. A country's sacrifice, a shield manifested before her with the power of trillions upon trillions of lives sacrificed for the sake of the tyrant's life. Sadly, her effort was in vain. The spear broke through her defense and pierced her heart. Luckily, Di Jiaying's talent for battle was still high, so she moved her body to miss this vital area. The power of Di Realm? Why is it so strong? Is this a high-level application? Pondered Di Jiaying as blood spurted from her mouth and a hole the size of a tennis ball was on her stomach. Before her battle with Emperor Three Leaf, she studied extensive knowledge about great emperors. As such, she knew there were four main things that contributed to an emperor's strength: Grand Dao Source Comprehension, Dao Body, Dao Imprint, and Dao Will. The first three were common things all emperors had, while the latter was privy only to pseudo and true eternal emperors. As such, Dao Will was also one of the things that made Eternals vastly more powerful than others. Dao Will had three main functions: battle boost, Dao Imprint erasure, and negation. When used correctly, it can boost an emperor's overall battle, including speed, attack, defense, and even stamina. Dao Imprint erasure was why eternal emperors were feared. As long as an emperor had their imprints, they were immortal and eternal. And if someone wished to remove those imprints, it usually took countless yuan epochs, unless they had a Dao Will. Finally, Dao Wills were the key to dealing with other eternal emperors or body refiners. It's the ability to negate the regeneration of body refiners and eternal attributes of eternal emperors. And the Di Realm, which is a prototype of the Dao Will, has these functions but on a lesser scale. However, from the information she gathered, applications for the Di Realm have been scarce in the lower dimension since the end of the Null Era. And Di Tian did not teach her more advanced applications. All these thoughts flashed in Di Jiaying's mind as she contemplated her next move. She could feel her regeneration had reached an all-time low. The hole in her chest, which should have been healed instantly, was closing at the speed of a turtle. I think you should take a look at. Meanwhile, Li Jun's spear reappeared in his hand. Di Jiaying knew she could not waste time and acted swiftly. Another emperor artifact appeared next to her. It was a small tree containing endless vitality. The endless life force entered her body, healing her injuries. However, this was not the main objective of using this particular artifact. Blood sacrifice secret technique. Di Jiaying sacrificed her blood energy and vitality for the blood pearl artifact. And in return, her momentum once again skyrocketed. Such an act should have a tremendous burden or terrible price. However, the other emperor artifact offset the disadvantage. How annoying, thought Li Jun as he felt the previous pressure on his body, the disgusting feeling that he was in a quagmire and unable to move properly. She won't be able to hold on while using two emperor artifacts. However, I have not sensed any desperation from her, meaning this is not her limit. Infinite Slaughter World. Li Jun used a domain technique to deal with Di Jiaying's domain-like battle fighting. He surrounds himself with countless small dimensions containing the power of slaughter. As such, her momentum has to go through all these dimensions before reaching him. Then, he threw his spear for the second time. "Damn it," yelled Di Jiaying as she summoned the finally allowed Emperor artifact to protect herself. Sadly, Li Jun predicted her next move as the artifact suddenly appeared in the sky, sealing hers. What's worse is all these artifacts were sealing-based. Where did he get these sealing artifacts? The Dao opening sect does not have such a thing, was the last thought in her mind as she defended herself. However, such a question was stupid as most emperor lineages have more artifacts than emperor cultivated. They usually originated from fortunate encounters or destroying other lineages. Bang! Di Jiaying lost her left arm. However, she did not scream or groan in pain. Even her eyes were cleared and focused, a fact that Li Jun noticed. It's almost there, he thought as he prepared for a third attack. He saw Di Jiaying rushing toward him, and he moved backward, evading her. Her current strength was much higher than his at peak 8 leaf. The reason for his one-sided victory has to do with the side effects of most secret techniques. The difference in strength between each leaf in the immortal venerable stage is vast and cannot be easily breached. Yet, this generation's heaven-chosens treated it as non-existent, with people easily breaking the boundary between leaves. However, this was completely true. Most secret techniques used to push strength beyond the boundary of leaves, especially 7 leaf, are one-sided. They usually increase the user's strength to that level, while things like speed, defense, and stamina barely changed. Only a few secret techniques can actually give an all-encompassing boost. So, although Di Jiaying's strength reached such a level, her speed and defense were still in the 7-leaf category. No, they were even lower since Li Jun's first attack destroyed her immortal armor. Boom! Li Jun's spear took her right arm despite going for the head. Then, he saw helplessness, fear, and despair in her eyes and facial expression. Interesting, she's actually baiting me to come closer and finish the job. He had learned Su Ya's hidden emotions aura technique from Wang Wei, so he could easily see through Di Jiaying's tactic. Boom! Boom! He took her remaining limbs. Damn it, he didn't fall for it, she cursed internally. I didn't want to use it since it's from that bastard. But now, I don't have a choice. Then, the sound of blood rushing reverberated through this infinite cosmos. Subsequently, a hidden power came out of Di Jiaying's body, and her deep and troublesome injury instantly healed. And this was not the end as her aura continued to increase until it reached an unknown boundary. The power of Dao Ancestor 1 root, thought Li Jun with great concentration. And that power, it's Di Tian's bloodline. He understood Di Jiaying was using her bloodline connection with Di Tian to tap into such power. Although she is technically his ancestor, the bloodline flowing through their veins is still connected. And for someone like Di Tian, who lived during the beginning emperor era and whose main cultivation system relied on bloodline, it's nothing for him to achieve such a feat. She's finally desperate, thought Li Jun. However, I need to be extra cautious, or I won't make it out of this situation. Luckily, I benefited immensely from the chat with Huafeng Huang. Li Jun vs Di Jiaying, finale. Li Jun waved his hand to manifest a blood-red spear. And as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly changed. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield turned blood-red. Then, both sides of this battlefield had visions or illusions of them committing countless atrocious acts of mindless slaughter. Mostly everyone was fine since they were people with high willpower and a solid state of mind, except for gluttony. The slaughter spear awakened an instinct or desire hidden deep in his soul. For a moment, he lost control of his mind as he almost gave in to the lust for mindless killing. Luckily for him, or maybe, sadly for him, Di Tian's soul enslavement took effect and woke him up from this state. Li Jun took the brunt of its attack as the person who summoned that spear, especially since the spear did not care for its owner. However, Li Jun was not affected in the slightest by the spear's ability. On the contrary, his momentum rose just by being close to it. This is not enough, thought Li Jun as he held the slaughter spear in his hand. His heart began to beat rapidly, creating sounds that even Di Jiaying could hear. Li Jun's slaughter heart then began to release a strange rhythm and power that resonated with the spear. Di Jiaying felt danger as the sonic waves from the heart bypassed her. She rushed forward in a desperate attempt to stop what was happening. However, just like her bloodline transformation or activation, the process was instant and over before she succeeded. Then, she watched the monstrosity before him. Li Jun was no longer the previous Li Jun. He now had 4 eyes stacked in a square shape, with 2 black horns coming from his head and a red ruby on his forehead. His skin was entirely red with purple-black claws. His armor was gone, turned into golden marks on his upper nude body that resembled tribal tattoos. For armor, he only had the lower parts with bracelets on his wrists. He had no shoes or boots as his feet were on display. No, they were no longer feet but goat hooves with sharp claws. The aura he released was primal, brutal, and bloodthirsty, especially when you gaze at its eyes. For a moment, Di Jiaying thought her opponent had lost himself amid that transformation and would not return. As soon as someone laid eyes on this creature, they knew he was an apex predatory designed only for killing and slaughter. And its name also appeared in their minds. Azura, said Di Jiaying with concentrated eyes. The Azura clan was once one of the most powerful races in the myriad emperor world besides humans. They were a hierarchical species extremely united due to their worship of powerful people and desire for killing and slaughter. At the peak of their power, they had 7 great emperors. But one day, the Azura clan vanished from the annals of history, and no one knows why. Many people believe they joined the devil race and were one of the groups wiped out by Empress Wu. Others believe they died from other causes. While a few historians theorize they died from fighting and killing each other. The majority of the populace did not accept this theory, given the countless records that indicated how united the Azura clan was. However, this theory was the closest to the truth. The Ashur clan wanted to cultivate their first eternal emperor. So, they gathered 60% of their races and had them slaughter each other, leaving only one survivor. The final winner was a peerless genius of their clan with unparalleled battle strength and mastery of slaughter Dao. And their plan succeeded as that genius eventually proved the Dao and became an eternal emperor. Unfortunately for them, their plan succeeded too well. This genius went on to slaughter all the remaining members of his clan to complete his slaughter Dao and gather the bloodline of all the members of his clan. After success, this genius became one of the few eternal supremes of the myriad emperor world. Sadly, after ascending, this genius tried to replicate something similar to a tribe of the Azura clan in the upper dimension. And the result was his absolute death as he was wiped out from history, leaving the mystery of the Azura clan's disappearance unknown and unsolved. Di Jiaying looked at Li Jun's Azura form, and her mind rushed to remember everything she knew about the Azura clan, which turned out to be not too many as she never had to pay too much attention to an extinct race. She most remembered Azuras were excellent fighters that practiced killing/slaughter Dao. Their male members were considered ugly, while their females were considered one of the most beautiful races by human standards until they also transformed into their Azura shape. That ruby should be the war talisman. Damn it, why did he have to be so powerful? Li Jun did not utter a word as he gazed at her like a hunter looking at its prey. He instantly appeared before her and plunged his claws into her heart. A repulsive force manifested before Di Jiaying, blocking his attack. She used the rebound from the force to distance herself from him. That repulsive force contained the power of Yin Yang, analyzed Li Jun. She has no such Dao. Plus, the fluctuations of bloodline ability. I think you should take a look at Li Jun moved forward a second time, and Di Jiaying wanted to respond. However, she found herself unable to move. Her mind filled with the idea that nothing mattered, so she did not have to move or do anything. These ideas came out of nowhere and had no cause. Di Jiaying even wanted to end all this suffering. It seemed the easiest choice than living every day with that feeling of emptiness. Mental illness is truly a scary thing, thought Li Jun. One of the most significant benefits of his slaughter Dao was incorporating many of the ideas from his big brother's past life. I can't push her desire for suicide any deeper as that could awaken her instinct for survival. Swish. He waved his spear and cut off her head, destroying her soul in the process. Unfortunately, a black and white will manifested behind her, revering the concept of life and death. A perfectly intact Di Jiaying appeared with fear in her eyes. She instinctively reacted and activated one of the most potent bloodline spells she had access to. Frowny face Samsara calling. An enormous black and eerie door with strange designs appeared underneath Li Jun. Then, millions of black tentacles emerged from the door, binding him as they tried to drag him into the door. "Do you want to send me to the underworld?" he calmly analyzed. The restraint on him was not weaker than his current form, with barely one root strength felt immobilized. "I am an Asura, born to slaughter all living beings in existence. So, whether they are ghosts, gods, Buddhas, and even emperors, there is nothing we cannot kill," muttered Li Jun as his spear pierced the door, destroying it in one hit. He then gazed at his opponent. Effective, he thought. His body had a natural charm or aura designed to affect his opponent's mind. It awakened the fear deep in their minds and granted him an advantage in battle. Her strength should be on par with mine, but her state of mind is rapidly collapsing. This is my chance. Li Jun stabbed Di Jiaying. However, there was no blood on the tip of his spear or any wound on her. But, an aura of helplessness and despair overwhelmed her. Good, I've killed her dreams and hopes. This should further affect her state of mind and prevent any variables as I disposed of her. He stabbed his spear for the final time. This attack was odd as it contained no killing intent or desire, even though it targeted one of her special killing lines. Such an attack was a testament to Li Jun's perfect control of his strength. Anyone under this attack would only feel like they were facing a needle. This technique was dangerous as it prevented activating a cultivator's danger sense. Li Jun knew that even in this state, Di Jiaying could still make a last-minute comeback and took precautions. Unfortunately, it was not enough. "No," roared Di Jiaying, as the power of death hidden deep in her bloodline and her unwillingness to die awakened at the last minute. A yin-yang shield surrounded her before she teleported to the water layer. "I forfeit," yelled Di Jiaying as soon as she arrived, her painting sounds echoing with the sounds of waves. A white light enveloped her, and she immediately left the battlefield. Pandus novel. Calm, not fighting until the last minute? Well, that's understandable. He knew Di Jiaying's circumstances. So, the word loyalty was never part of her vocabulary. "That's fine, too," he muttered before ending his transformation. Yen Liling's battle, Crack. Terrible sounds of breaking or twisting metals emanated from Li Jun's body after ending the transformation. His face became pale, and his crimson hair appeared duller with less vitality. Li Jun did not waste time popping a few pills into his mouth, alleviating his symptoms. "The repercussions were harsher than I thought," he muttered. If not for entering the primordial dragon realm, his body would have collapsed after using such tremendous power beyond his limit. "If I had the Asura clan's bloodline in my possession, I could elevate this technique to a higher level and reduce the side effects," he sighed with regret. After stabilizing his situation, he glanced at the other battlefields, checking out the situation of the others. "I was worried about Tai Gang." However, his ruthless approach seemed to have worked. He checked everybody else, including his wife. "This little girl," he smiled wryly before checking on the most important person. "Wang Ju is almost ready. I must prepare to proceed with the next step." Li Jun sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation to accelerate his healing. Western Quadrant, Di Tian watched Di Jiaying's act of cowardness and betrayal. His expression did not change, but hidden deep in his eyes was anger and the sense he had expected this. He glanced at the other battles. None of this would have happened if my sleepers were intact. His sleepers contained countless talented individuals with unique souls after countless baptisms through samsara. With his training, they would be the perfect generals, willing to sacrifice anything for him. Di Tian controlled his emotions as he returned to a calm state. "My original plan was to use these people to set up a formation that gave me a boost in the fight with Wang Wei," contemplated Di Tian, who knew things would not proceed as he wished with Di Jiaying's departure. "There is a chance Wang Wei's plan is similar. So, should I kill them before our battle?" However, as soon as these ideas entered his mind, he removed them as he sensed a gaze locking him, ready to react to the slightest movement. Forget it. I need to prepare in case of an overwhelming defeat. Eastern Quadrant, Wang Wei watched the result of Li Jun's battle, and a smile appeared on his handsome and charming face. Many people of his generation paid little to no attention to the importance of a great general, even to the end. And many people started paying attention to such an advantage after Li Jun began to display his talent. However, he started cultivating his team before he started cultivating. He knew the role a potent general could play in such a battle and prepared very early. One of the reasons he destroyed Di Tian's sleepers was to prevent the latter from cultivating generals on the level of Li Jun and the others. One of the best decisions I made was to eliminate the threat of the sleepers, thought Wang Wei. His act allowed him to acquire the most powerful information-gathering force in the myriad emperor world. Simultaneously, he also removed Di Tian's right arm and left leg. Di Jiaying's betrayal is the result of Di Tian rushing to create generals without a solid foundation of trust and loyalty. For someone like me, such a group of loose sands is nothing but a major flaw, thought Wang Wei as he observed the battle, focusing on the weak link, Tai Gang. Although a little worried, he believed in his men's capability. Soon, the culmination of all my years of hard work will come to fruition. And once the plan succeeds, my chances of winning will increase between 1 to 10%. Earth Dimension, Kai Song was looking at the terracotta warrior before her with fascination. The thing resembled a statue, with only the destruction in the surroundings as an indication of its destructive capabilities. Sadly, it was matched with the worst opponent possible. Kai Song's talent for puppetry was unparalleled. And after acquiring Chen Chen's soul, she gained new knowledge, talent, and worldview about puppetry. So, in a very short period, she found a way to shut down this weapon of destruction. This puppet has almost broken the boundary between inanimate objects and sentient beings. It can almost be considered a new life form, thought Kai Song with shining eyes. The material is something I've never seen or heard about before. Is it from another world community? But how is that possible? The human emperor was from this world. Well, the historical records said his origin was a mystery as he suddenly appeared during the human catastrophe. I think you should take a look at. Kai Song frowned. Even the refining method is different. Although it incorporated the myriad emperor world's refining system, most of it is of another origin. I can probably learn a lot from it. Alas, Kai Song had another trouble. He could not put away the puppet inside her space ring. Even worse, the puppet was constantly resisting her restraint. No matter what, you're mine now. Kai Song did not waste time and began placing formations around the puppet, her eyes shining brightly. She sensed a gaze of warning past her, but she did not care. Nothing can stop her from acquiring such a masterful work of puppetry. There is a saying that people can die after seeing the Tao. And that was her current mindset. A few minutes ago, Northern Quadrant, Yan Liling looked at her opponent, Gao Buqin, thinking about the information he had on the latter, which is very little. Gao Buqin was one of the heaven-chosen tricked by the Spirit Genesis sect to invade the cleanup. Sadly, he had a terrible fate and encountered a monster like Di Tian. What a poor soul, commented Yan Liling, her voice full of sympathy and empathy for Gao Buqin's situation. However, only she knew whether these words were sincere or not. Regardless, Gao Buqin calmly looked at her without any expression or response. It was like the person she was talking about was a complete stranger he had no relationship or connection with. A pale yellow sword manifested before him. Then, the swords began to divide into two, achieving a division every millisecond. In a short time, he had billions of swords. Gao Buqin looked coldly at her, waiting to annihilate his opponent. Splash! He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, shocking him beyond words can describe. Gao Buqin did not know how, and when his enemy attacked him, he did not even know what was wrong with his body. However, Yan Liling was not going to give him time to figure it out. She activated her chaos flame, turning the northern quadrant into a seal of purple flame. Gao Buqin's swords were instantly incinerated, leaving wide open for the destructive power of the flame. Black Tortoise Shield, Gao Buqin panicked, but the soul enslavement mark, deep in his soul, acted and forced him to enter a state of mind as calm as an unprovoked lake. His mind worked faster than ever before, coming to a reasonable explanation given his knowledge and the current situation. Poison, he concluded. An odorless and invisible potent poison. She is a talented alchemist, making her also a poison master. She must have released it as soon as she appeared. Bracelet of detoxification, ring of poison immunity. A bracelet and a ring appeared on Gao Buchan's body, ridding him of the poison's effect. Boom! His shield exploded under the chaos flame, putting this talented weapon refiner in danger. Teleportation jade, a beautiful jade pendant appeared on his side. And in an instant, he teleported away from the center of the blast. Weapon Dao? Analyzed Yen Liling. His technique seemed to manifest all types of weapons with different abilities. I thought he was using law resonance, but I didn't notice any change to the laws of heaven and earth. If that's true, how could he use such a variety of abilities in Dao? Does he have a limit? Under Yen Liling's control, a colossal creature with 9 heads appeared before her. Each had a vivid color like green, purple, or bright red. Then, they opened their mouths to fire a terrible breath, each containing a strange and deadly poison. The attack was both a focus and widespread type, covering the entire surrounding space into poison. Adding the potency of each poison, Gao Buqin was in great trouble. However, to Yen Liling's surprise, the latter summoned a pagoda that swiftly swallowed all her poison. Something is wrong, thought Yen Liling. His technique seems to create any weapon he pleases with any ability or Dao. Gao Buchan's fighting method reminded her of Chu Luo's flawed creation Dao. I don't detect any creation Dao. So, what is the essence of this technique? Yen Liling's battle, finale. After seeing his opponent's annihilation, Gao Buqin did not immediately revel in his victory. His battle senses told him things would not be easy, so he used his divine sense to check his surroundings. And as he expected, he noticed a strange pill floating amid the numerous space debris in the northern quadrant. And as soon he saw the pill, it changed. Muscles, blood, bones, and skins regrow from the pill, and Yen Liling reappeared with a slightly pale complexion. This flesh reorganization pill still feels disgusted, she thought. She created this pill to imitate body refiners' drop blood rebirth. However, the process of rebirth is painful and feels terrible. Rho alpha pi d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon l. Kmi should have expected his second battle spirit to be related to the soul. If Bao Buqin created his battle spirit to assist his weapon refining profession, it would make sense to create one focus on spiritual power and the soul. After all, spiritual power is the most valued asset or talent of all professions. Be that as it may, his D realm is very weak. But it shouldn't. By the previous attack, he realized Gao Buchan's D realm was only in the second stage. However, the easiest way for a person to achieve the D realm is by combining 2 cultivation systems. Gao Buqin met the requirements, so Yen Liling predicted for him to have a higher level. It could be that his cultivation talent has not reached such a level, she analyzed. Fusing 2 or more systems is not something anyone can do. It could also be a side effect of the soul enslavement. Thud. While Yen Liling was in deep thought analyzing the situation, Gao Buqin was not idle. He gazed at her without hiding his deep killing intent. His cracked immortal tier armor was replaced with black armor while the lion's spirit fired the previous attack. But, it suddenly began to change. The first of which was the color that turned light golden. Subsequently, the armor seemed to have fused with Gao Buchan's body. His skin had turned a light golden color, making him look like some kind of robot with long black hair. Spikes appeared on his shoulders, born from the tips of different sharp weapons like swords, spears, and arrows. 2 metallic wings spread behind Gao Buchan's back, and the wings were composed entirely of different weapons. The amalgams of so many different weapons should look weird, ghastly even. However, the entire thing had a natural and graceful appearance. Spirit transformation, thought Yen Liling, remembering the information. This technique imitates Dao Bodhi's awakening. The cultivators in the battle spirit world can transform into their spirit and use the full extent of their power. After his transformation, Gao Buqin did not waste time and rushed toward his opponent. Boom! Yen Liling felt a terrifying force pushing her backward. If she did not rely on her instinct to activate her cauldron of flesh, she would have burst into a mist of blood. And even with these measures, the bones in her arms cracked, followed by great turbulence to her internal organs. Peak 7 leaf strength, thought Yen Liling as she groaned internally. After stopping her momentum and regaining control of her body, she checked her arms and discovered an anomaly. A curse? There is also the power of the bleeding rune, she analyzed. It seems he created a battle spirit dedicated to battle using the power of an artifact. His body became the embodiment of countless artifacts with different effects. The bleeding rune is often used when creating weapon artifacts to ensure the enemy will bleed to death and weaken them. It is one of the first divine runes that weapon refiners learn. Cauldron of Defense, Gao Buchan's barrage of attacks landed on Yen Liling's protective shield. And with only a few attacks, he cracked the shield. However, strange blue-colored pills appeared before releasing an energy that healed the shield. Because I still hope to walk the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, I never used the 8 heterogeneity foundation, so my base strength is only 4 leaf. I have a few pills and a secret technique to make me rival his strength. However, for the battle plan we made to deal with him, there is a better way. Pill of Intangibility. The moment she swallowed the pill, Bao Buchan's fists, who had changed into the property of a shield-breaking treasure, finally broke her defense, and he went for the kill. Boom! Gao Buchan's fist twisted the space where the force of his fist hit. However, he felt nothing. It was like he was hitting air. No, even the sensation of his fist touching the air was not as odd as this one. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Kmi did not believe what he felt, so he released a barrage of devastating attacks to no effect. His other 2 spirits joined the battle as they worked in harmony to aid him, but the result was the same. Gao Buchan did not believe in this evil and used even more sophisticated methods. His golden palm turned into a yin-yang diagram as he tried to forcefully revert Yen Liling out of her current state, changing her from an intangible form to a tangible one. Unfortunately for him, Yen Liling created that pill using Wang Wei's power of nothingness. As such, its essence is not simply intangibility but the concept of nothingness. Gao Buchan then changed tactics as his weapon body changed, taking the properties of a rare time artifact. Then, he attempted to revert Yen Liling to a few minutes prior when she was not in such a potent state. His attempt failed as nothing can affect nothingness, not even time. However, Gao Buchan currently had the mindset of a fool due to his desire to end this battle as his master ordered. As such, he did not believe he could not succeed. He then chooses to attack Yen Liling's past self. By killing that version, he can eliminate the present version. Alas, this method also failed. One of the properties of nothingness is its infiniteness, which transcends time. So, such a technique might have worked on past Wang Wei, who had little to no mastery of the power of nothingness. But it was different for his current self. What is this strange technique? Cursed Gao Buchan internally. He could not find her past self to kill. To be precise, her past seemed to be this vast, even infinite, grand emptiness, devoid of life, matter, space-time, energy, or even concepts known to the mind. Gao Buchan almost lost his mind after coming into contact with such a grand and ethereal entity. Luckily, he was careful and swiftly gave up attempting such an act of blasphemy. What should I do now? None of my attacks are working, pondered Gao Buchan. It seems she wants to wait out until stamina and secret techniques run out. The battle spirit transformation was not enough for him to have such tremendous power. Gao Buchan has to rely on the combination of the spirits and immortal armor to have such an achievement. However, it won't last long. He could feel the terrible burden on his body and soul. Should I use more extreme measures? He had a secret technique that sacrificed his spirits for another significant burst of strength. However, the consequences were too severe, especially if he destroyed his weapon body spirit. As the main battle spirit he fused with, it also acted as his soul or primordial spirit. So, he could die if something happened to it. Shall I take the risks or continue trying different methods? Boom! A terrifying aura of death, killing, and slaughter burst into Gao Buchan's mind, turning his eyes red. He immediately had the impulse to kill anything his eyes could lie on. Gao Buqin made a primal and bestial roar as he looked at Yan Liling like she was nothing but prey. A slaughter aura and desire overrode his consciousness. Wish. His battle spirit activated, releasing a mysterious spiritual power that awakened him from his state. Now, thought Yan Liling, taking the perfect opportunity when Gao Buqin just awakened from the influence of the slaughter spear and his mind was at its weakness. Soul seal, a cauldron appeared above Gao Buqin, and a seal bypassed his spirits and entered his body. His body shivered briefly before spazzing like he was having a seizure while standing. Blood overflew from his ears, mouth, and nose. His face contorted as he grinds his teeth. The process was visually brutal and lasted more than a minute. Finally, Gao Buqin opened his eyes. At first, they were confused, followed by a burst of intense delight. "I am free," he uttered in a coarse voice as tears fell from his eyes. The past few million years had been a nightmare for him. His mind forcefully twisted to serve someone else, someone he had hatred for. Resistance was futile, and over time, his obedience grew exponentially. He feared that one day, he would ultimately lose himself. But now, the nightmare is over. Chapter 843, Gao Buqin's worth. Yan Liling calmly watched Gao Buqin's reaction to his freedom. She did not interrupt him, allowing him to process his emotions. The cultivation world was cruel beyond what words can explain. Despite the many contradictions, the myriad emperor world is safer than most worlds in the endless void. The factions competed against each other while respecting the written rules like the Immortal Avenue Pact and other unwritten rules like allowing the young generations to compete by all means and accepting the outcome. However, the competition is more brutal in other worlds because of the heaven will. After all, there is only one chance for immortality and eternity. For that one chance, many emperor lineages will not hesitate to send their immortal tier powerhouses, including Insurgent, to assassinate other factions' heaven-chosens. And in these worlds, enslaving other people's souls is too much of a common tactic. So, as Yan Liling watched Gao Buqin's reaction, she empathized with him and waited. "I'm glad this tactic worked. The power of an emperor, it's terrifying," she thought. She had to use Wang Wei's granted power to seal the enslavement. As such, she peeked at the essence of Di Tian's power and saw how scary it was. Although Wang Wei has demonstrated his strength to them, Yan Liling discovered today he was still holding back to not hurting them physically and spiritually. "Have you calmed down?" asked Yan Liling after seeing Gao Buqin's agitated mood return to normal. Gao Buqin took a deep breath to calm down. He gazed at her before uttering, "I'm guessing you did not free me out of compassion of your heart?" "You guessed correctly." Gao Buqin quieted down, not saying a word for half a minute. "I know what you're thinking," suddenly said Yan Liling. "But we will not enslave you, we only want to work together." "Work together?" "You think I believe you?" "It's true. The invasion of our cleanup was the work of the Spirit Genesis sect from your world." As soon as Yan Liling said these words, the world began to pay attention. Many people wanted to know why the anomaly occurred during the cleanup, but no answer was found. But now, the truth was revealed, catching many people's attention. And that was Wang Wei and Yan Liling's purpose in the first place. Wang Wei needs the entire world to end their era of xenophobia and close themselves from the endless void. So, he will show them other worlds will interfere in their affairs even if they use such an approach. Furthermore, there is no better way to rally the world together than a common enemy. The Spirit Genesis sect? Well, given their overbearingness, it's understandable they would do this, replied Gao Buqin with a frown. When the secret realm that led to the cleanup appeared, he saw the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect among the participants, so he never questioned the latter. But now, he guessed they were using everyone as pawns for their plans. "So, you should guess what we want from you," replied Yan Liling, who already accomplished her objective. "Information." "Correct, and not just about the Spirit Genesis sect, but also the entire battle spirit world." "Do you want me to be a traitor to my home?" asked Gao Buqin with a sneer. "And what is the alternative?" countered Yan Liling. Without our seal, you will return to your previous state. Gao Buchan's body shivered out of his control. Even if we don't do anything, don't you know your fate? As soon as you leave, the D clan will hunt you down before you can go far. Finally, the Spirit Genesis sect already bore their fangs at us and must pay the price. As such, we will do anything to get the information from you. Yan Liling's gentle demeanor was gone, replaced by a deep coldness in her eyes. So, although I sympathize with your situation, I will not hesitate to get the information from your dead corpse. Gao Buchan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat almost fell from his back. His mind worked on overload, suppressing his emotions to analyze the situation. I agree to help you, but I have a few conditions. Please, replied Yan Liling, not surprised by his choice. Few people can control their fear of death and remain stubborn to protect their ideals, beliefs, and philosophies. First, I want your help to return home. No problem. Second, no one must search my soul. Gao Buchan's deep voice contained an unwavering determination he had never shown, making Yan Liling frown. Very well, she replied. However, you must sign the most restrictive contract and oath to tell us all the information we want and not hide anything. I can't agree with that. And why is that? My third condition is I won't reveal any information about my sect. What is your sect? Battle Artifact Villa, replied Gao Buchan after a short moment of contemplation. It's not on the list of the Spirit Genesis sect's allies we know of. So, we can agree to your terms as long as your sect has no connection to them. Gao Buchan squinted as he realized the Dao Opening sect was genuinely considering the Spirit Genesis sect as their opponent and might be planning a transplanar Emperor Dao war. This might be an opportunity. He immediately decided not to be consecutive. My fourth condition is to help me deal with the D clan. Gao Buchan waited for the fallout of his words, but nothing changed. As expected of that monster, he doesn't care about his family, he sneered as hatred flashed deep in his eyes. No, replied Yan Liling. And that's not for negotiation. She knew her big brother wanted to rally the entire world underneath his banner. So, how could they team up with foreign forces to deal with members of their world? Such an act would hinder Wang Wei's plan. Furthermore, the D clan plays a significant role in preventing the growth of the devil cultivators. They are the main reason they have not stepped out of the Western continent for countless eras. Such a family is blessed with merit and luck and cannot easily be dealt with. Regardless, Big Brother might use the contradiction between the Battle Artifact Villa and the D clan to his advantage. However, that's only if Gao Buchan's status in the villa is high enough. Gao Buchan did not expect such a fierce and irrefutable objection. He opened his mouth to negotiate but closed them as he saw Yan Liling's eyes. Fine. Then, I will change my fourth condition. I want an alliance between our two factions. Oh, you want to join us? Yes. Why? You should understand the meaning behind your actions. Gao Buchan shook his head. You would think this would make me a traitor. But it's not true. Oh. Over the years, the Spirit Genesis sect has done too much. They were overbearing and eliminated anyone or faction, which threatened their power and status. Things got to the point where all the other factions banded together, including foreigners, to weaken their power. According to historical records, this massive battle ended with the killing of one of their immortal sovereigns and injuring the other. But even then, they were still so powerful. So, the other factions have to ally with foreign powers to suppress the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Yan Liling. Correct. If that's true, then their hidden power is much deeper than we anticipated. Despite knowing this, you still want to deal with them? Why not? Replied Yan Liling with a smile. And you should know where our confidence originates from. Gao Buchan gazed at the eastern quadrant. Yes, if that monster proves the Tao, they don't need to fear the Spirit Genesis sect. According to many analyses and predictions, he, the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect, with his unparalleled talent, has the highest chance of proving the Tao. Furthermore, he will most likely become an eternal supreme. Because of his strength and potential, many factions wish to assassinate him. So, they did not hesitate to break the previous premises and acted like the spirit Genesis used to by sending insurgents to kill him. However, none succeeded. He-Shi's talent is nothing compared to Wang Wei. However, that guy is still weird. One event made He-Shi famous. He survived the assassination of an insurgent with peak first-class strength. He was nothing but a spirit enlightenment realm, tier 6, cultivator, and the factions planned that assassin perfectly, even taking into account the immortal sovereigns might have left protection on him. Yet, he survived. What's worse is the assassin refused to talk about what had happened. Then, a few years later, he took his own life, creating a layer of mystery for He-Shi. I can accept your fourth condition. However, can you represent the battle artifact villa? You don't have to worry about that. I was the next villa lord, and my master should still be in power. As long as I return home, I can convince him to form an alliance, especially with such a powerful faction. In that case, it's fine. Any more conditions? No, that's it, he replied after a brief pause. In that case, you can live and head to the Tao opening sect. Gao Buqin clasped his hand to bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me. Then, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared.